I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you tryna entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you.
Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you.
You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do.
You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Say a while, say a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go touch and taste and feel it on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go taste it, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air braid to dry, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat, I fillet up a beat and they yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do is win, all we do is win, all we do is win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw it stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey head, so good he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Bye, 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 bye.
I put this will never end. I know your dreams. I had my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
I put this will never end. I never let you know.
assassins must use their entire arsenal to succeed. Shadows, steal, deception, misdirection. Game of life and death. A blade as sharp as the mind that moves it. Smoke and mirrors, a dance with finality. But soon the Master of Death will discover that he is not alone, and the darkness hides a new Reaper. A deadly new mid laner has entered the LPL. Cream has displayed skills far beyond his years, toppling some of the greatest talent the LPL has ever seen.
Nice Cole getting jumped on here. Should be able to. Oh, perfect execution! Oh!
OMG have their new weapon.
Andrada and Shun takes the Herald. Now fight. This rookie in a 2v1 jumps over the wall. He's going to be followed by Cream!
A weapon to return them to former glory. For 5 years, Scout has battled beneath the Edward Gaming banner, his black jersey trimmed red with the remains of slaughtered foes. Once again, Scout's assassins make swift work of his opponents.
For the Kaiser, but it's Scout flashing onto Fofo instead. The bait and switch, the stun comes in this.
The length of a single heartbeat to end another.
Zoom was backing. Spell shield not going to come through now. There's the burst. I think Zoom knows.
Though both teams may wear the black of night, only one team can show their mastery of its shadows. Their blades are ready to taste blood.
Hello, welcome one and all. We are back. It's week 5, day 2 of the LPL, and I'm joined alongside the one and only, it's the handsome Goldberg. Welcome in. It's always good to cast alongside you, and I'm looking forward to this exciting day of League of Legends.
Yeah, me too. We got some good games coming up, actually. In terms of how you look at them, I feel like both sides have something different to show for different reasons today. But nonetheless, today is going to be an absolute banger, as always, here in the LPL.
I mean, we have had some banger games and series, and yesterday is a good look of that, because there are some results that even shocked me, and I was there. I casted these games, and I'm still shocked to see what had happened.
I mean, I think a lot of people were, but still at the same time, a lot of people probably felt like, oh, I guess this is just IG once again. Beat out, them coming into an underdog the day before, beating them out, and then today going up against Rogue Warriors, which should have been, an easy game, and then they're just not able to do it. That is consistently the most IG thing I've ever seen.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. And then the series after that, Rare Adam, they were so close to greatness. They could have tied up first place against EDG and LNG, but they dropped that series against JDG, and now we can see how that has pretty much locked them in that second position right now, with EDG and LNG still right on top.
Yeah, but I kind of bought into the Rare Atom hype yesterday as well, with them taking JDG in the first game. But then JDG kind of just came online again, just showed why they are as good as they are in this specific time. I feel like when JDG is doing well, they're just so satisfying to watch throughout this summer split of LPL.
I think so too, and you can see that they are starting to climb up the standings. They're looking like they're pretty hot, but then towards the bottom, we see that there's a different tale, unfortunately. In fact, when we look at today's matchups, we have the tale of two of them. Ultra Prime and V5. These two teams have been struggling so far, and they start off our day.
Oh yeah, they do, and we're not gonna lie to you. That's not gonna be, the best of the best we have to offer here in the LPL. But nonetheless, I think it's still gonna be exciting. There's a variety of different things coming in from V5 that might make this series a little more interesting. Last time when we saw Ultra Prime play against another bottom tier team, they actually looked really good with the way they facilitated their frontliners and carries with their composition. So I feel like today for both teams is the day you need to strike back.
Yeah, you do, especially because this is truly the battle at the bottom. These two teams are struggling. V5 have only picked up a single win this entire split. Not even a series win, just a win in itself. Well, you had already mentioned it, that Ultra Prime, they're able to get that series over Rogue Warriors, but it was 2-1, barely able to scrape that bye. But then earlier, they had started off the split pretty well. They got a game off of FPX, and even that series against LGD was super close, and I thought they were going to be a team to look out for, but after that, it felt like they had nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, I really felt like, Ultra Prime, formerly E-Star, usually known as the team to kind of develop talent here in the LPL. And I felt like this time around with the roster they have acquired for themselves, that over time they would be able to do it. But it felt like, as you set yourself, started up nicely for what this team is in the early summer split here rather, but just kind of fell off the later we got into it. And I hope for both teams that today can be sort of a stepping stone to bring in this momentum, because both teams really need it at this point.
Hey, you know what? After yesterday with Rogue Warriors beating IG and the fact that Ultra Prime beat Rogue Warriors, hey, maybe that's an indicator that maybe Ultra Prime themselves can eventually go on to beat IG themselves. That'd be really interesting to see, especially because this split has been wild, chaotic, all over the place. But I don't want to focus on them just yet. I want to focus on V5. And I'm hoping that they do have a new hope, but this is with a big old question mark right at the end of it, because this is a team that is bringing in Allies back into the top lane. They already replaced Invincible going back into the LDL, but they're also bringing back in PZX into the jungle, this incredibly hyper-aggressive jungler that we love to see because he is just so fun to watch.
Exactly, and I felt like with some of the substitution we saw from V5 against their series in BLG, they actually had one of the better games that I've seen from them, despite them losing. They were actually being proactive. It was not only just in the first 5 minutes of the game, where we usually talk about V5, like you said it yourself, PZX, usually a guy who plays for everything in the early game, but this time around with their roster, they kept the game competitive fighting against BLG. They were still proactive towards the mid game, despite being 2k gold down, and they still kept fighting. And I think even when they're at their nexus in the first game, and it's looking extremely dire, Uniboy and the Lissandra finds a way to facilitate the team here with some great CC setup and still keep BLG at bay. Still make sure that the game is not over yet. Well, it turns out it was over. They still lose, but nonetheless, it's the fact that we can see them try. Going into the second game as well, they're still looking to be proactive. They're still looking for plays, and that was something I've missed a lot from this side of V5, because when they were looking for plays in the past, it just backfired. But this time around, it actually looked decent.
I feel like Alliance is actually a lot of that. This top laner seems to play already really well around team fighting and being as a team and as a unit. I feel like his expertise has really been able to kind of have V5 build around that and try to see if they themselves can be more coordinated in those team fights.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I hope it will open up better options for them going into the mid game as well, because actually for once I felt Kepler had an impact on the Ezreal. It actually felt like it was someone in the backline doing work for them. It actually felt like they had a stylistic, as to in the past it always felt like, right, PZX on the Xin Sao, go, let's see what happened. It just felt like a curveball that, yeah, exactly, completely right. So I hope today with what we've seen, you know, going up against PLG, obviously a tougher team to play against, but with these substitutions, maybe with this potential we saw against PLG will actually come to fruition against playing against Ultra Prime today.
But the thing is, Ultra Prime are a team that I feel like also do thrive in a lot of these chaotic fights, and they are a team that, when you look at how they play, because it's chaotic, because it's all over the place, they kind of have to count their blessings. They gotta be really careful on how they want to get this, because they literally are just banking it all on a miracle. They're like, please, 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 everything hopefully works out.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that it's been with Ultra Prime so fast. And I'm going to take it back to the one game, or series rather, they did actually win against Rogue Warriors, which back then was the worst placed team. So you're obviously going into the same story today with V5 being up on the menu, and they're actually pretty good at facilitating each other here. I love the set pick for set S as well. I love the fact that Hacker had someone to just come up onto every time and just find a lead, and then with this lead actually use it to build up the pressure around objectives, set up these fights. Were the fight clean? Not really, but in the end they're still able to make good use of it. They're still able to have a frontliner who's able to facilitate SMLC, who can just jump in towards the back line and then do what he does best. We kind of need this team to go, if not with a lead, even into the mid game, and then from there just team fight forward. SMLC, a guy who's an extremely aggressive AD carry. Even on Cockmore here in this play will just flash over the wall into the enemy team to try and get stuff done, and that's what we expect from them. We want them to facilitate each other. You want them to set up their teammates.
You want them to be able to set up the team, but the thing is, this is such a difficult thing to kind of go into it and say these teams are going to come into it and they're going to smash. We're expecting great things because they have struggled so far already this split.
They really have, and I want to take it back to what I talked a bit about with using this as a stepping stone. This is most likely for both teams gonna be the easiest opponent they're gonna have to face going in against each other. I think both teams right now are probably selling each other. We can still make it. This is the way. We can do it. This is just gonna be the stepping.
Breathing in the
start today.
Here. They can make it to playoffs, today, I believe.
And then not only do we beat one of these teams, we take it one step further. We'll just keep the win streak going from here. This is where it starts for these teams. We can still make it. Copium.
This is some new levels of Copium for sure. Because, I mean, well, I'm all for the underdog story. I love rooting for teams towards the bottom, trying to see how they're going to be able to resurge into this. But this is what I would argue one of the strongest splits we have seen ever in the LPL. So many of our teams are one all the way down to 13 teams. Those are incredibly competitive teams that you're now having to deal with. And you yourself are in that bottom 4. You're contending just to be the best of the bottom 4, let alone try to even break into those top 13.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely tough. I will say 10th place right now is sitting at 3 or 4 wins, and Ultra Prime obviously only sitting at 1. But if you need to start a win streak, obviously today is that day. So hopefully, as we head into pick and ban, we're going to be able to actually, see there's some of these keywords we talk about: facilitation, actually having a lane to play for, having reliable backline engage as well, specifically perhaps the Kaiser for SMLC as well. I'd much rather love to see him on an aggressive AD carry rather on the facilitating style like the Jhin, because it just falls flat most often.
That's the thing. Going into this champion select and seeing right now, we have a lot of jungle bans on the side of V5 because Hacker and ZS, I would argue, are some of the best players for this Ultra Prime team. When you see them tend to succeed, it's really off the back of how they've played topside, how they've been able to get ZS, these early kills, these early rotations out of Hacker as well, which is why I understand what V5 have done, but at the same time, they left Rumble completely alone.
Yeah, not only Rumble, I feel like the likes of Set is also one of these champions we've seen be first picked a lot, and with V5 going for Viego Estral rotation, I can't really see what's stopping Ultra Prime for just getting set as that set. Yeah, I think that is going to be the case, but can already kind of see it on the style that they want to go for V5. They want to keep Kepler on the Estral. It had decent success against BLG, and they perhaps want to play for the solo lanes instead. So I think that's what we're looking for. While Ultra Prime, obviously with an AP jungler, you allow yourself to get some of these AD mid laners and top laners instead. So now you could just handshake the Estral with a Kaiser, get the AD carry in for SMLC while you still can, and get kind of this free scaling we often talk about. Or you can try and focus on a support where you still want the Leona or something else that you don't want your enemy to get.
But this will be curious to see if this Lucian locked in, because you had already talked about the AD that is necessary for Ultra Prime. But and while I do like Lucian, I think he's a very powerful champion. The blind Lucian here, trying to see if it is going to go against that Viego mid lane, against Uniboy, is pretty much gambling that is what it's going to be. But they immediately just rotated around and say, all right, Uniboy, here's Rise, here's a scaling champion to make sure that we can outlast and out-survive.
Yeah, it's scaling at the same time, but it also just spikes on 2 items in the mid game, like the Estral. So right now you have 2 champions that's very much the same stylistic moving forward here into this mid game. So I think that's what you're already looking for V5, and then you're looking for something to stabilize the early game as well, something to actually get you even into the mid game, because you do have some skirmishing power already now. But going into this second ban phase, as we talked about, AD carries are left open still, so I expect V5 to ban some of them away. They start out with Kalista. You can even remove the Kaiser if you feel like that was such a big threat, or some of the others like the Senna, which we know is still a decent weak side there at the moment.
But here, instead, going for the Varus. Varus is one of those incredibly powerful champions on 11-12. We've seen him pretty much be the most hotly contested ADC. Ezreal, some players like to be able to fall back onto that, the Kalista as well. But Varus has so much power, especially into something that struggles to be able to clear out, like this Ezreal, which makes me wonder what UP are going to do to answer it. We've seen SMLC play that Kog'Maw. Do they just go for the Kog'Maw Lulu bot lane here?
I feel like that would have some value going into going in with Lucian as well, as you have a double AD carry. You could see something paired up with the Braum as well, depending on what V5 is going to lock in on this one. And if Leona is that pick, you could quite clearly go for the Braum. You get the double value of having 2 ranged AD carries in the background. I think that's a good pick going into this one.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. It's making it so that they're set up for these skirmishes, for the team fights, the chaotic nature that Ultra Prime like to play around. Well, this is something that we have seen from them many times, not necessarily the Braum itself, but how they try to build compositions to be able to thrive in a team fight in a very chaotic manner. And if that Ziggs is actually locked in for SMLZ here, that is a surprise change-up, but it still plays into this aggressive mid-game style.
It's not the first time we see SMLC do this. He's already played 6 one time in the past, not with the biggest success. And it's interesting because he is usually this ED carry player you always talk about, but going onto a limb and going on the weak side here with the 6 is most certainly going to be interesting. You already do have some AP paired up with the Rumble. Obviously, having 2 AP champions when Rumble has this extra magic penetration on his Electro Harpoon doesn't matter all too much, but obviously it's still something to factor. And this does mean now that what Ultra Prime wants to do with their composition is leave this bot lane by themselves, just keep this wave shoved in, have this Tahm Kench as a safety net, and make sure you can get priority for some objectives if you want to. And then you're playing for the top side of the map, then you're playing for the Lucian, then you're playing for the set here. That's what you're looking for.
Oh man, I'm a little bummed by V5. Sure, yeah, you don't talk about the hovers, they were just kind of cycling through everything, but I wanted something spicy from them. You're a team that's at the bottom, you need to be able to shake things up, really prove everyone that you're going to be able to have that late season bloom. But here, if they grab this Volibear, it still could be flexed, depending on how they want to be able to play this. They could have allies onto Viego or Volibear, but I'm expecting it to stay exactly how it is right here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's going to be the skirmishing power you're looking for. In top side of the map, there's a lot of skirmishing for both teams really here going into it. Obviously, we took a look at both team composition. I think that the composition of Ultra Prime, you got decently more to play for in like the very early game that we talk about. Set can be very hard to skirmish again just because of the CC and how much damage the Haymaker can bring to the table is when you don't have too much damage for the opponents to actually burn him down. And then on the other side instead, I feel like you just need like that one item for the Viego or the skirmishing power with the Volibear where you can CC chain it to look for it. So very much early game based around junglers. I'd say in the beginning you need to start a snowball for one of your solo laners to kind of carry you on moving forward, because both AD carries right now with the 6 and with the Ezreal are going to be fine heading into the mid game. They don't need to do much in this early game. They're just waiting for a 2 item power spike and then you can start being part of the team. So in the early game we're looking towards the jungler and we're looking towards them facilitating their solo laners.
Both teams load up into game 1. The backs are at the wall. They are at the bottom of the barrel in the LPL. The strongest split we have seen in China. And both these teams would love to be able to prove everyone wrong and start to have the late season bloom. We're halfway through. You gotta start now. Otherwise, it's gonna be way too late to ever be able to come back.
And here we are. Going on towards it. Hacker starting with a sweeper. I think it's just because they noticed that there is an early ward being placed down in the red side jungle, and when you start the sweeper, you give it to your solo laners. They will actually share the XP. You share the XP of the wards you kill, and then you can get your solo laner to get level 2 on the first wave, which will always give them extra pressure. So what I'd expect to see from the side of Ultra Prime is that they'd actually move off and try and clear it, perhaps. But junglers right now both starting up towards that bottom side of the map, which means they will be moving up towards top side of the map. So top side skirmish around Scuttle could be a possibility when we reach that 3-minute mark later into the game.
And look at this play in from the bot lane of Ultra Prime to be able to get a little bit of an extra control over PZX, understanding that this jungler, it's the 5-minute mark we have seen from him throughout this season. Whenever he plays, he always looks for that early play, and we have said that if V5 have had it their way, they'd end games after 5 minutes, because that's always when they have the lead.
Oh, it for sure is. And you know, Volibear PZX here, he's not gone for Prestia attack or any Conquerors like that. He's went for the Predator, all right? He is there to just run in your face. So as soon as first backers come through and we're looking for boots, well, that's where you're probably looking for V5 to start some of these skirmishes.
Especially because we expect that PZX wants to have that play early on. He wants to be able to get some control. I like this bot lane, SMLZ, Xiaoxi, exerting a lot of pressure over Kepler, over Reheal. It is a really difficult lane for Ezreal and Leona to be able to deal with, just because Ziggs by himself is able to do so much to constantly harass, and amazing clear speed from Ziggs that Ezreal can never really keep up with.
Yeah, 100%. We can see here now PZX has skipped some camps as well. So there was potential for him to move up here with the priority of the top side of the map to try and get some intel onto Hacker in the jungle. But it seems like he's going to be clearing his Raptor. He is spotted out on Vision here. And then with Scottle spawning in no less than 10 seconds at this point, with the mid lane priority now, with the top lane priority, it should be PZX just picking up this Scuttle crap, and then after that he could immediately run down towards the bot side of the map, while as Uniboy takes a very favorable trade that should net him that priority.
Nice play coming in from Uniboy, and you can see that Hacker understands that the top lane play that they normally try to go for to try to see if they can set up ZS is just not a reality. There's not really much they can do. He has to completely fall back, peels immediately for the bottom half of the map, because that is the only lane where they have any sort of priority, and they want to make sure there's not going to be the double scuttle that could potentially have had happened.
Yeah, I feel like PZX could have pressed his luck a little bit there. Just
I'm glad he did. I'm glad he did. Wait, I don't want to say that.
I mean, SMLC very low on mana here on the Ezreal. Like, if you wanted to fight some skirmishes here, this could have been the point in time to do it with mid-power as well. But they take it very slow. They don't want to risk anything.
Goldberg, I don't know if you saw the games yesterday, but we had that happen at Game 1. That happened with, I believe that was the Rare Adam series in JDG, where Kanavi thought he had all this pressure. He got the top scuttle, immediately went to bot scuttle, and died. So I did not want to see that.
Speaking of going bot, though, PZX did just pick up the Ionian boots, so movement speed pretty much as fast as you're going to get with the Predator now as well. And he's just coming from lane gank here. So with the flash available, with the Leona here, with Xiaoxi.
Low Kepler is, though, even with the Zenith Blade connecting on Xiaoxi. They have to be so careful. They already have the Ignite, but that is going to be the flash away. Here's Hacker to try to be able to help out with the thick skin, keeping Xiaoxi alive. The flash coming in. Reheal has to try to get away. He's burning low, but at least he had the bodyguard of PZX to make sure the bot lane of V5, they should be able to escape.
Yeah, and they don't burn too many summoners themselves. Yeah, they get the summoners out of Reheal, but summoners are blown from the side of Hager and from the side of Xiaoxi, while AD carry Kepler and PZX not investing too much into that one. It was just a Predator. So pressure gained again from Kepler. He gets to let the minion wave kind of get to an even state. SMLC, though, did just kind of juggle the wave a bit, which makes sure that it's going to be a slight slow push, but there we go. Kepler with the TP is just going to be able to push it out immediately, and it's just going to be responded from the side of SMLC. So now we're just back to standard laning phase while the junglers are moving up towards the top side of the map.
And looking to see if possibly the play will be on to either Alliance or on to ZS, where normally we see both these junglers always try to actually have that first gank be successful. The bot lane, I gotta praise Hacker for being in the right place, right time, but like you said, it still was UP who came out on the short end of the stick. More summoners blown on their side, which is going to give PZX a big advantage when looking for this top side play.
I feel like, though, we could see Reheal get a bit more influence on the map when the opponent jungler is towards the top side if you spot it on Vision, just due to the fact that you have Ezreal right here. They have Tam Kench 6. It's not the lane with the most kill pressure just yet, and at least not before the 6 hit level 6 himself. So it would have been very nice to see them try to create some skirmishes and get some man advantages with the Ezreal down there as well. When you're leaving, oh, well, that's a big trade when you can shift it. But either way, when you're just locked under your turret like this, Reheal's got nothing to do. Like, the state of this lane is still going to be the same. If Reheal is here, Kepler is still just going to get poked down like this.
I feel like SMLZ has heat-seeking missiles on those bouncing bombs, because Kepler has been eating every single one of them. It has been looking brutal. It is difficult for the side of V5, because across the map, every single lane now is getting shoved in. they have to be a little bit more cautious on how they want to play with this. Even though PZX might be able to make this play into the bot lane, he is trying to see if they can catch out SNLZ maybe a little bit too far out, but Xiaoxi is being wise and trying to secure some vision control. Should be able to spot out the fact that here's PZX going to dodge away from the Zenith Blade. Sky Splitter getting a lot of damage. Thick skin to be able to keep alive, but the Realm Warp in from Uniboy. It's going to be the equalizer, but it doesn't matter. First Blood was still picked up by Kepler.
Yeah, and there we go. No TPs to come through either from the top side of the map. Uniboy's already there with the Realm Warp. They had the priority from the mid lane, and there's nothing to do from the side of Ultra Prime. Really nice pickup there from PZX, who's very patient. Oh, and waits around for Xiaoxi, because SMLC, he would have just been able to bounce away with the little W. He would have been able to just get away with the flash. But the fact that Xiaoxi takes a path around River opens up that play for them.
Makes it so they have that nice play, getting the kill and gifting over the gold to Kepler. Since he's already falling behind in CS, which is expected into this lane, you want to see if you can funnel as much gold as possible into this Ezreal. Because if you look at V5, you talked about before, the 2-item spike across the board for V5 is going to be what they all are looking forward to.
This is definitely an early game you're happy with if you're V5. And here we get the replay against Xiaoxi in a path around the river with no flash. And despite a nice little sidestep, it's just not going to be enough. Had this been SMLC, he would have been able to get away with the little bounce from the bomb. He would have been able to flash. But the problem is, once again, Xiaoxi, the one who had already burned his summoners from the gank formerly from PZX, it's just easy pickings when he comes around like that.
And the fact that still PZX did not have to flash in order to make that play a reality. Being able to hold that just for any other play that soon is going to befall the side of Ultra Prime means that this Volver has got so much that he's now able to do, with the fact that picking up the Rift Herald on that as well. They have control of so much of this river. V5 are in an excellent position despite the fact that they are slightly down in gold.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it's also when you build in this scaling as well, as we already talked about, like how these composition functions against each other, you're not too sad about being at this point in time. Like, as you said, like it's not even 1,000 gold separating the two teams here, and Viego set, two champions haven't really been able to do much so far, but as soon as they start getting in on the fray, Viego, Allies, if he starts getting these resets and these fights as well, it just makes the situation even harder for Ultra Prime. And here we go, PZX top side.
And ZS, he's taking a lot of damage, flashed away. Here's the Stormbringer to be able to drag him back in and pick up the kill for Allies.
And there we go. Once again, PZX. It's been all around him on the map so far. Wherever he is, that's where they're able to pick up these resources. And now with Rift Herald in hand, they should be able to get a few things done down here as well. They're actually just going to deploy it immediately. So what is the response going to be on the other side of the map? We can already see Hacker has moved down towards the spot side while the top side is being cleared. And he's just not looking for a dive. He's going to look for the Drake instead.
I think that's smart.
I feel like the Rift Herald was deployed a little too early here. I felt like he could have waited one more plate so you had more value in the true damage. So they won't get the tower so far, but actually...
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I was just... I agree with you. The eye was popped way too early by V5, and I was about to praise them. This is a great early game coming in from V5 on how they're playing this one. This is looked like a completely different face of this team, except the minor mistakes. They needed to make sure they could secure that first tower because we knew that SMLC on this Ziggs was going to take that turret at any moment. In fact, once that happened, once they were able to get the pushback onto Kepler, they were able to get that without even losing the top lane turret.
And you know, SMLC, you take a look at the inventory right now, he's already sitting at this Leandri's as well, so he's just going to be doing so much damage in an extended scenario. And we talked about reliable backline damage from the side of Ultra Prime. When you get to the mid game, you just need to be that reliable frontliner. You just need to take the burst at the set, poke them down with the Haymaker, and then have the HP bars low enough for SMLC to pick up the job.
As long as they're able to do that, it's going to be nice for Ultra Prime to at least fight back. But I'm curious to see where Ultra Prime themselves are going to be able to utilize this gold. You can see that they've swapped around, trying to put Chelsea and SMLZ into the top lane. Even if it has been answered by V5, they're still trying to see if they can scale up into this game, try to see if they can get those items to be able to fight back against Ultra Prime, because every single time they're shoved back. They were the ones with that aggressive play, and they still have to retreat with nothing.
Yeah, the main advantage came through from Ultra Prime. You can see Allies just clearing down the bottom side himself, but up towards the top side of the map, you can start finding these skirmishes with the mid-lane priority that you're seeing from Uniboy, and I think they're just going to start now. They're finding a pick onto Chelsea.
Chelsea does have the flash this time around, but he's stunned up for a long time. Flash over the wall. Here's the Stormbringer trying to chase him down with a Mystic Shot kill for Kepler.
And once again, it's Chelsea in the river here. It's really easy for V5 to get priority, just due to the fact of how easy Uniboy pushes out mid lane. And question is if another skirmish is going to arise here. No, he is just going to take a safe pathing instead. But here you see it once again. Uniboy with the priority, PZX still around the area, and 100% kill participation from PZX going into this first game now, 13 minutes in.
This is great. This is a good turnaround from V5 from how we've seen them in the past. And like I said, some of these plays, they're trying so aggressively to see if they catch out Ultra Prime. There's a lot of gold that has been picked up by members such as SMLZ. You can even see that Xiao Xiao Bao in mid lane has been able to hold a slight edge over Uniboy, because Uniboy has to rotate around if they want to try to be able to threaten a bit more, though PZX has been the catalyst for all these plays for V5 thus far.
Yeah, they really have, and we talked about him. He was out in the weekend. This time around, he swapped in, and it just seems like this guy is the star of V5 from when we saw earlier, when he was always on the Sin out, to this time around now when he's on more facilitating champion, on towards the Volibear instead. So it really is on him to find these picks. I would love to see that Uniboy and him starts roaming around the map more as a collective unit, get the mid lane priority, move around as two. You have to realm up, because right now you need to shut down SMLC. He just keeps your bot lane pushed in. He makes sure there's nothing to do, and now we see it in the mid lane.
Yeah, but with the Gale Force, the relentless pursuit, it's difficult to actually be able to get on top of this Lucian. And even if it's a play attempted on to Xiao Xiao Bao, I am with you. I want it on SMLZ, not into this mid lane. I want to see Uniboy move around more. He's gone for an early stopwatch with the Hourglass build, as opposed to going for what we've seen some other players do, which is the Luden's Tempest, just to be able to have a bit more mana fight around these early fights and these early skirmishes with the help of that tier. The Goddess here, he's just a bit more worried that he's not going to be able to survive against the members of UP.
Yeah, and I wonder what the call is going to be now with Drake spawning in 40 seconds and the positioning we're seeing right now from V5. It's looking like they just want to give up this second Drake, and I still think they can reliably do so. We talk about 2-item power spike. Right now, Kepler is already sitting on the Divine Sundra, but you're still looking to get that more mana to really hit that spike on towards the Estral. But I say that, and after watch Kepler pushed in the top side of the map, he's already moving down towards the bot side. So we could either see a trade of objectives with the Rift Herald being taken by V5, or them actually trying to contest this Drake moving forward.
Well, they all are here for V5, and we're about to have all 5 members of UP here too. Everyone is ready to rumble. The gold is nearly dead even, and it's ZS who finds the play first, looking for the Haymaker Shield to be able to survive with the Equalizer, getting a lot of damage. Even the Mega Inferno Bomb, it's going to be the first kill, going over to Kepler, finding the snipe, trying to see if they can get a little bit more poke from SMLZ, but the fact that they're able to take out the engaged tool for Ultra Prime V5, they want to make sure they can secure this Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything stopping them. Infernal Bomb already away from the 6 here, so there's not much to get in this situation. All ultimates were spent, but Kepler, extremely nice snipe onto ZS, and I think he was a bit betrayed by his teammates. It seemed like there was 4 members stacked there, and it seemed almost unreal that that Mystic Shot was going to hit, but in the end, Kepler finding a nice angle to pick up the kill and let his team get this second Drake for themselves. In the top side of the map, Xiao Xiaobao should just let this turret fall.
Yep, there he is.
Because there's no one of V5 to pick up this gold right now. So there's no one who's getting the bonus gold. Right now, all the members are just getting the 50 base gold you usually get, and no one is picking up the local gold. So I like that going out from Xiao Xiaobao.
Completely agree. Good call in from Xiao to make sure that they don't have that damage put into the right targets. When we take a look at this replay, it also feels that the members of Ultra Prime weren't fully ready for ZS going in.
No, it also felt like Freeheal was a bit out of position, and I thought he was going to be taken down in the beginning. You can see they used every ultimate they had to try and kill him, but still not able to pick him up. He even gets out with the flash, and then once again, it looked like the members from Ultra Prime was stacked on, and Ceres wasn't going to get hit by the Mystic Shot, but Kepler finds the angle, which leads to the Infernal Drake. And now when objective wasn't cross-map, that means the Rift Herald is still a valid objective to fight for both teams, really.
It is. It's a good target for both teams, but I feel like it's V5 they're the ones in full control. Where right now all these members of Ultra Prime are trying to see if they can combat the push coming in from V5. They have excellent wave clear when you have Xiao and you have SMLZ both in the same spot. The biggest problem is we're already seeing the struggles of UP when it comes to how they want to be able to position for a lot of these fights.
Well, the thing is for UP right now, they love to play this extended. They love the fact that SMLC can just poke them down and make sure they're not going to be able to get to a fighting point. And then when they're low enough, then you can start the fight. That's kind of what we're looking at here from Ultra Prime. So if they start up this objective, you just want to poke V5 members down a little bit. And then, when you feel like you can go for the fight, when the HP bars are low enough, that's when you look for it. But for V5, you're looking for a turn. You're looking to get onto one of the carries.
You're looking for that, but I'm not seeing really any damage onto the V5 members at this moment. It's going to be the True Shot Barrage coming out. This might secure it. I think it's PZX who's able to pick it up, and he's able to just walk out of there escorted by his team with Ultra Prime watching on and all.
Yeah, Ceres wasn't in the vicinity. It was hard for them to just go for that engage. And also, SMLC didn't hit too much of that poke. So that engage we talked about coming through from Ultra Prime wasn't quite there. Realm Warp is being channeled.
Oh, but it's canceled. And here's the drawback in. They burst down, re-heal. The Equalizers are trying to split them up, but they're going to be able to gobble up Hacker to be able to survive the fight. Uniboy, he was not able to get enough damage. And at the play, even if it is just kind of the inches for UP, at least it's something.
I'm not too sure what happened with the decision-making there from V5. It looked like half of the team wanted to skirmish, half of them wanted to clear up the mid lane, and they kind of just got caught in between two flanks where Ultra Prime were able to pick up the kill there on towards Reheal, finally being caught out of position. So, yeah, nice pickup from Ultra Prime, but it felt like it was V5 that opted into it.
It did. It was a little awkward and clunky from the side of V5 because, honestly, I thought that the jump was V5's. They were the team that were going to be able to punish that Ultra Prime. Were so far pushed up in that mid lane, but like you said, they were not all on the same page.
But it's been still a fairly decent slow game between these. Like, we're coming 20 minutes into the game, and at this point in time, barely any outer turrets has been taken. They've both traded one of the top and bot turrets, but outside of that, there's not a lot of map to play around, and that's why the game can feel kind of stale going into this one, is that no team is allowed to move up aggressively. No team can move further than just the start of the river due to the fact that there are still two mid lane turrets standing here. There's not a lot of objective control you can actually gain from this, so for both teams right now, and I think specifically for Ultra Prime, what you're looking to do is just open up the map a bit more, because look at this poke coming through from Kepler as well now. He's starting to get scary, and you want to play on bigger flanks. You want to play on bigger space so you can utilize to poke the most.
Well, right now, you already see that it's the two-item spike coming in from Kepler. He is going to be able to really harass these members of Ultra Prime, trying to make sure that he can combat them and push them away from this potential dragon. The stacking game could be another one that V5 want to be able to play around. They've got a lot of these two-item sites starting to come online. We already said that Kepler has this, but he needs the other members to be there as well, because right now, that Equalizer was completely eaten up and just spat back out by V5. They're still alive, even if a little bit battered and bruised. ZS, he had a little bit of a flank into the backline. The flash is coming in, and Kepler was not ready for that fight. They're going to be able to poke out these members. They got the kill onto Uniboy on the other side. UP continue to chase, look to see if they can take down these tanky members. All 5 members of UP are here, and V5, they've been completely split apart. The Abyssal Voyage, Elias trying to be able to get away, but he's punched to oblivion.
And there we go. That should be the Drake picked up from Ultra Prime. And finally, they play around with their composition here. They get the nice poke in. they get the equalizer, not to finalize anyone, but to make sure the HP bars are low enough so they can't pick up the fight. And then meanwhile, all that is happening, Ceres with a beautiful flank coming in to finish it off completely, and they get their way back into this game of Ultra Prime from that little skirmish coming into it. It felt like V5 was the team who opted into that. It felt like they were the one who set up the priority, but still, it backfired on them.
Goldberg, it feels like 2 times in a row there's just a miscoordination for V5 when it comes to these fights.
And often I feel like it's coming from Rehill. This is like the 3rd time in a row we've seen him come out of position. PZX had to tank up the culling. And meanwhile, all that happened. Ceres came in from that beautiful flank we talked about. The vision control wasn't quite there just yet. Objective was a bit rushed. And I felt as soon as the members got low from V5, they started to get distressed. They still opt in for starting the objective. And as soon as they do that, they're finalizing their own demise in that team fight.
So Kepler was completely split off from the team, and he was the one with the spike for the team. He was the one to be able to finish off that Muramana. You need to be able to have this Ezreal doing that damage like you were talking about SMLZ doing to V5. It's pretty much the similar story for V5 towards UP.
Yeah, it completely is, and it's just about these AD carries now towards the back line of the front. The fact Uniboy was singled out in that fight as well meant he never got all that AoE damage you're able to get on the Ryze. He never got that kite back that you really wanted in that situation. And all in all, the setup just, it wasn't there. The fact that the Ceres was able to just flank without one of your team actually knowing it kind of finalized your deal there. So moving forward on towards the next objectives, you want to make sure that the vision control is just spot on, so you're not being flanked from setup towards the bottom again, or the top side of the map, or wherever he's going to come from. Because right now with both teams, they're still very much even. There's only 1k gold separating them, and they still have carries to play for. You also still have the Viego if you get onto the back line from the side of V5, who's going to be able to do a lot of work on the enemy carries. So right now on both teams, they still can win and lose this game.
Plus, we're seeing the members of V5 finally complete those second item spikes. The Serix Gauge in from Elias. You've got the Spirit Visage for PZX. We're just waiting for Uniboy to be able to complete his as well so they can have everything. But now they are the ones forcing this fight. PZX takes so much damage. He's forced to ult away, but it's immediately followed up by ZS. A huge punch over the wall to be able to take down the Baron Reheal. You're a bad spot, right, friend? It's a double kill for Seth. He is truly the boss right now.
And once again, it's just kind of a mixed call coming in from V5. You didn't have the mid lane priority. You opted into skirmish around anyway, trying to pick up some of this vision. And once again, you see what the composition of Ultra Prime is able to do. It's the fact that the members are being poked down by the Equalizer, by the Colin, by the ultimate coming out from 6. And then Ceres once again in a flanking position where he's able to pick up the members. It's a mimicked fight of what we just saw before with the Drake. And once again, it was V5 that opted into it, but got caught off guard.
Completely caught off guard, and with this play, it's just so unfortunate. You could see the proactivity that came from early into this game for V5 falling apart.
And this is what it means also when the mid lane turret it was still there. The fact that they didn't come in for the mid lane but they opted to go in from the long way around river just meant that PZX, he was walking in alone, while they could have taken a linear path down towards the mid lane, tried to obtain more of this pressure, or vision control rather, instead, but PZX just stepping too far forward alone, and just getting caught off guard with the volley bell once again.
And being the tank, the front line, you need to be able to survive a lot longer than that. Otherwise, your team really doesn't have anything that they can fall back to. Like this turret that immediately falls. Nice push from the Baron, from UP. And they are starting to get this huge lead after this game has been so close for so long.
This is prime position for the composition of Ultra Prime. You want to be able to just push them in, poke the enemy members down. You don't necessarily have to kill them. You just need to make sure that they can't stay here. And that's what they're doing with the Equalizer. That's what they're doing with all of this.
Calling too, getting these flashes out of V5. They don't need the kills, like you were saying, Goldberg. All they need to do is force the members of V5 off of any play.
That's exactly what they can do here. There's still 30 seconds to the Drake as well, so they can use that as an exit objective. All this pressure they have just built up, they can either recall now with the Baron, still be ready for it, or they can just set it up here, try to poke them down still, because this is the pressure you get with a composition like this that's powered by Baron.
Well, right now, there is a lot of gold in the inventory for these Ultra Prime members, and they are playing with fire. They're playing into the base of V5, but they need to be able to spend that gold if they actually want to be able to exert that lead over V5. This could be the time to punish if you're V5. If you can find a flank, if you can find these members out of position for UP.
Yeah, but still at the same time here, do you want to walk into them while they have this Baron buff? Do you want to walk into them when they're able to just poke you down? You'll be walking through an Equalizer. You'll be walking through the poke of the 6. I'm not sure V5 wants to take this fight.
They are going to try to see if they can get it regardless. They've got the flash going over the wall, and look at the damage on the Uniboy. He's going to be able to survive a lot of it, but ZS, he is a huge man right there, standing in front of everybody. He's going to be the Stormbringer in from BZX, but now they got the burn on a reheal. He cannot take the Realm Warp away. He's killed off by the Tongue Lash. V5 members, they're split up once again. They've got a long lane. I feel like we've seen this before, Goldberg, with Abyssal Voyage coming in as well. Just now Bao wants to make sure that he can cut down the members of V5. They've got the Baron buff. They've got 3 dragons on their head, and UP, they don't even want to go back to base before they exert this lead.
Yeah, Baron did just run out though, so that should give V5 some extra breathing room, but at the same time, you didn't gain much of contesting that Drake. You only lost Reheal once again. You still lost the Drake, and you're still losing the priority on the map. There can still come the resets through from Ultra Prime now, and they could start sieging up once again, with Soul Point being up and available in 4 minutes as well, with Baron spawning in less than 3 minutes as well. Everything on the map right now should be for Ultra Prime to set up with the pressure they should be able to build, and V5, once again, they're just picking the wrong fights.
It's one of these things where it looked good at first. It looked like V5, they had this game plan. They had this idea as a composition, what they needed to be able to do. They had not a gold lead, but they were staying even, waiting to spike at 2 items. But it was playing into the hands of UP when they thrive, when they always play their best, and that is at these mid-game team fights.
It really is, but we also talked about this is where V5 should be able to shine, but the problem is they're walking into the win condition of Ultra Prime's composition and not their own. What they want to do is either to be able to kite back with the Esh-Roll or with the Rice, or to be able to just CC a member down, but you're not going to be able to do that if you just walk into the poke. And I will say the composition of Ultra Prime is making it hard when they have a lead as well, because they will always have the pressure. They will always be the first team on towards the objective, and V5 will always be forced to walk into them. So it's about them creating some creative flanks now with the Realm Warp. It's about them finding them from multiple flanks, because if you all come from the same line, it's really easy to set up that Equalizer. It's really easy to poke them down with 6. You need to come from multiple flanks and get one of the members of Ultra Prime taking down so you can win the fight with a man advantage.
But how can they find flanks when they're getting flanked so successfully, so consecutively by ZS? Every fight so far, ZS has found the perfect flank on to V5 to punish any sort of steps that they take to try to force these fights.
Yeah, you know, ZS felt very invisible in the start of the laning phase, also fell to one of the ganks, and then as soon as we hit that mid-game, started finding these flanks, he really started excelling in these team fights, and it's the facilitation for his backline that we've always talked about. He's doing a great job onto the likes of these set picks. He's definitely one of these laners that thrive as the melee frontliner. And going into it, you said it yourself, how do V5 find it when they keep getting flanked themselves by ZS as well? Once again, you do have that Realm Wolf to play around with. You can just send in the Volley Bay. You can just send in Reheal. Specifically when you finish off the Sonya's Hourglass as well for Reheal, you don't lose much value by just putting him into the team. In fact, you can actually be creating a lot of chaos. So I think for V5 right now, you wait for that Sonya's Hourglass. You don't mind the scaling games. You carry still win out on it. You can wait for Eli's Blade of the Rune King as well, if that's a power spike you're looking for, but you need to find it quick, because Baron has just been finished up here, or not finished up, but spawned on the map, and Ultra Prime, they should be looking at excelling that pressure with their composition, as we have already talked about, and here we go.
It could be the play that you were asking for. It's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb, but that damage on a Reheal, you're not tanky enough, and Xiao Xiao Bao, he's going to be able to cut him down with the Equalizer on top of 4 members to make sure that PZX has to flash away the burn in from the Flame Spitter. It's golden, they all are, but they're all dead upon arrival. It's a triple kill from Xiao Xiao Bao.
It just kind of felt like a Hail Mary at that point, and Kepler's still looking for it.
He's the one member who is yet to die on the side of V5. He's the one with the damage, but he is not enough to thwart Ultra Prime. They already got everyone that they truly want to, so they can take this Baron.
Yeah, the vision control is totally in their favor, but it is still low HP bars coming through, and Kepler still does a lot of damage on this Ezreal.
But can he 1v5 is the big question. The Mystic Shot! Oh, Kepler, I thought you had it. He's trying to see if he can get the members of Ultra Prime, but he just cannot pull off the miracle.
And that's the thing, 20 seconds onto Soul Point as well here, or rather just a Soul for Ultra Prime. So with this Baron of Recall, they should be able to just rush to that objective as well. And you can see right now, Kepler's starting the Recall as well. He does have a teleport, so does Uniboy and Elias. So everyone from V5 could actually join this fight as soon as they please. And I think they're just going to take it here. Yep, TP channel starts coming through. This should be the final fight of the first game in our series.
It's an 8k gold lead for Ultra Prime as well. 32.5 minutes into the game. V5, this is the miracle play. Uniboy is completely taken out of the equation by SMLC. Only 3 members now. VZX is so far away to try to be able to contest the soul. Taken by the side of Ultra Prime. Kepler, he might die to his first death in this game. Has tried to flash away, but he's punched to oblivion once more.
And there's nothing they can do. Once again, they're just getting stoned away with the equalizer, with the Colin, with the ultimate from SMLC. And it just becomes so tough. Uniboy didn't even have a say in that fight. He was just stoned away, not by players, but abilities.
Just by a couple coming in from SMLC. That Mega Inferno Bomb nearly killing him as well. And this looks like it is the nail in the coffin for V5 in this game 1.
Yeah, it most certainly should be. Baron of Minions, we already talked about it. This is where the composition of Ultra Prime excels with the poke, with 6 and the turret taking ability, and with the Baron of Minions coming through. I think this is the last push for them.
And look at the damage from Xiao Xiao Bao onto PZX. Again, he's supposed to be the tank, and he's already forced back underneath his fountain. They're getting chipped away. They try to see if they can final fight back against Ultra Prime, but they had nothing left. Game 1 picked up by UP.
It was not the most convincing early game coming through, but it was a really nice bounce back, and they find it through a lot of this skirmish. They find it through the priority of SMLC and his damage towards the early mid game here. And then of course ZS with that flying on towards the set. As soon as that gold lead was solidified from Ultra Prime, it just felt like every time there was an objective spawning, they had the pressure, they had the time to poke the members of V5 away, and due to the fact that they couldn't fight, well, they just couldn't get any objectives.
This is why ZS was talked about so highly in regards last split with E-Star, and even here on Ultra Prime, despite the fact that both teams have not had the most shining example of a standing record, he has been able to have a very shining career so far. His flanks, his abilities, it's not really shown in the damage, but he was so much of a force for that team.
He most definitely was, but then you can look at the damage from SMLC, and you know, a lot of this damage obviously starts ramping up when you play a poke champion. It's very easy for you to just get the damage down in doses. They recall, they get back to lane, you deal out the doses again. But then obviously in the team fights, we saw the impact of this damage grab. We saw the impact, not necessarily picking up kills, but just making sure your opponent couldn't fight. And that was just kind of the story of this game from Ultra Prime. It was the same recipe they used for every objective setup. You had the poke come through, you had the flank from ZS, and they were just able to start the snowball from there. I will say though, V5 had a decently nice early game, but then it seemed like they opted into the wrong fights. They played into the hands of Ultra Prime, and it kind of felt like they misread their own win condition a bit.
V5 and a good early game, name a more iconic duo. They always start off these games so amazingly, but it's always about the execution into the mid to late game that they seem to struggle, while Ultra Prime, the exact opposite. This is a team that thrives in these chaotic fights. We talked about that before. They love the coin flip. This time, it happened to land heads their way.
Yeah, you know, it's unlucky, but they'll just have to fix some of the issues going into it. You just have to look at it quickly with the coach, talk about how, you know, this is, we just need to not play into their win condition. We need to play on towards our own win condition, or maybe get an easier to execute draft where it's not about kiting back, but just going full force in.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. We're going to toss a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
那时候还是打对抗的，应该是去年吧，就从去年开始当队长的吧。性格也比以前成熟很多。我觉得我坚持这么久的原因，可能是还没达到我自己想要的目标吧，就世界冠军啊。
今天谁是啊？应该不是我。
今天谁不能 C 啊？今天应该是梅口 C 的。
我跟露露差不多，看看。高级了，
慢点，慢点。
大嘴，可以打，这个我能想一看，追，
可以，看一下，可以想开吗？
我要不要？
这里也看到了 Mako 也是完成了自己的一个 milestone， 里程碑来到了6000助攻，是 LPL 的 No.1。
对以前的自己的话，我觉得是，我觉得你做得很好吧，然后继续加油。对未来自己的话，就是感觉要做得比之前更好吧。
But you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick 'cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind. Go take your time, don't take your time. It's alright. Stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you wanna be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me?
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air braid to drop, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em, got a whole
对阵 V5的比赛的话，感觉我们需要整体都要打得很好吧，就团队协作上面。这个版本的话，其实我个人感觉就是中上野会优势一点吧，就在我们 LPL 里面，就打中上野的话，感觉会赢游戏会赢得简单一点。
Hello, welcome back. Game 1 Ultra Prime were able to team fight their way to victory, and as Hacker said, they love to play around that top side, and who would get MVP besides ZS after that performance? Really, those flanks, they were incredible to set up Ultra Prime for victory.
Yeah, they really were, and we talked about it in game as well. The fact that he's able to just come unsneaked around every corner of the map to just find this flank to solidify the team fight for. Well, it didn't really seem like a team fight just due to the fact of how quick the members were poked out from the side of the other members. But you know, ZS coming in on the set with a very invisible laning phase and then out of nowhere just exploding.
Get focused in the the early game, gets ganked twice, dies 0-2 immediately out of the gate, and still is able to have this kind of performance. And like you said, finding the right targets so they can just annihilate members immediately.
I mean, they completely can here, and here we see some of the flanks coming through him as well, and that's just a highlight montage of what we saw. Ultra Prime were able to just replicate this recipe every time. Even in this point in time, you can see him just TPing in from a flank, finding multiple members, and still picking up the kills on the Haymaker on the other side of the wall. And this, once again, it was facilitated by the side of V5 due to them walking in, but it was punished by the side of Ultra Prime, who's just finding these flanks with ZS, and there we go, once again, finding the Haymakers on towards the priority target, and he was so consistent at doing this on towards the set that I can only imagine it's going to be a priority pick for them again.
Have to imagine that or a ban, because something has got to change for V5. In fact, something is going to change. It seems that JugGod is going to step back onto the Rift for Game 2, replacing PZX, and I'm a bit surprised by that, because PZX looked really solid in the early game with how he was able to really play aggressively. It just came down to how they're able to play around the team fights that everything fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, it can be the fact that you throw in a different voice that might shake things up a little bit on the side of V5, but I agree with you. PZX, he had 100% kill participation in that early game. He was the driving factor of V5 in most of the early game when they were fighting these plays. I will say, though, we have seen Juggot on the likes of Viego in the jungle as well, doing fairly well against PLG, as we saw earlier in the weekend. My biggest question mark for this start of the series was Reheal. I feel like he was caught off guard a lot of times on towards the Leona, which make taking the fight on the engage support fairly hard for the side of V5. So it's going to be interesting to see what Juggot is going to bring to the table that PZX couldn't.
And you know what I want to see? Change here for V5 with bringing in Juggot. This was something that was highlighted amazingly by Betty yesterday during his interview. When we asked him about why this Gwen jungle was something that they kept going on to for Rogue Warriors, they said it was comfort. Trying to make sure that they were set up for comfort through their lanes and through their jungle. And maybe bringing in Juggot, they have to just fall back on the things that are far more comfortable for the team as opposed to trying to go with what everyone's saying is the meta. Just go with this because that's what everyone else is playing. Set your own pace. This is what we need to see change from V5.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I will say once again, we have seen this iteration of the roster before, and it looked promising against PLG. I also think it's a bit of a different champion pool we get from the side of Juggot coming into this, whereas the PZX very much about the volley best, the Sin Saos instead, that's about these early brawls. But when they played with Juggot instead, they only really became active around that 10-minute mark. They play a much more stale early game rather than what they do with PZX. They're not looking for too much, and this scaling aspect on at least on towards the 10-minute mark may help them a little bit moving forward, just by stabilizing a little bit if that's what they want to. It's going to be curious to see how the draft aspect is going to change now when you bring in a new player as well.
And with the change of the new player, with the change of the draft, I wonder if there's going to be the change from the side of Ultra Prime to make sure to then punish Juggot. Like you said, we've been seeing primarily that Viego jungle for the side of V5, and while maybe they haven't been able to find success in terms of victory, you've seen how it changes how the team plays as a whole. Like you had said, a lot slower, a lot more tempered, looking to see if they can play towards that mid game around the 15-minute mark as opposed to the early 5 to 10-minute plays.
Yeah, but it also felt like they were much more decisive in their fighting as well when they had this iteration of the roster, whereas this time around some of the face check did come through from PZX. Maybe that's what they're looking up to change, that these skirmishes that we have seen come through from V5 are going to be a bit more successful rather than what we saw in the first game.
Oh, and look at that. Swapping sides and Ziggs is banned away by V5 this time. This is a really interesting change in the draft to make sure that they're pinpointing a source of a problem that they had faced last time. Kepler on that Ezreal, he was a terror, but he struggled immensely despite that from the laning phase, just due to the fact that the Ziggs could constantly shove in the lane.
And I wonder if the priority is going to change up a little bit here. With these bans coming through, Set is still up and available. We know Set, as we just talked about, had a lot of priority on towards this champion and did phenomenal on it. So question is now, is that what you're looking to pick up for V5 instead? And I would approve of this first pick if it were to come through.
I think you have to take that away from ZS. He is just way too damn good on that champion, even if there are other picks like that Ezreal, like this Rumble that they actually opt to go for instead. I feel like the comfort for this player on Ultra Prime side is just too damn high.
That can be a bit dangerous though. There's still the AP jungler like Diana up and available who's risen highly in priority of LPL. So you could pick up Diana, you could pick up the Set, and you still have that nice AD to AP ratio that we talk a lot about with the mixed damage. So it would not surprise me to see that come through. And I don't want to call it a blunder just yet from the side of V5, but I do think the priority there should have lied elsewhere.
I agree completely with you. The Viego is something that they normally put a lot of priority onto as well, having it so that now you have this difficult, more skill-based matchup in the Rumble versus Diana with giving ZS his set. I'm imagining that is locked in. That is a guarantee because this player is just so fantastic on this champion.
Yeah, there we go. That's two extremely powerful champions coming through. And the thing is, though, you can still put it up with playing for solo laners with the 2 AD carries that's up and available. Ezreal, Varus, two of the strongest AD carries still up on this patch. And I think you just go for the Varus here. I think you just lock in your AD carry. And then you just, then you say, all right, we scale into the mid game. We'll just play for the solo laners or the junglers here.
I think you are 100% right. Even if it is this this Lucian they lock in instead, I think the Varus is one of those picks that just does so well into Lucian, since they're not going to be able to go onto that Ziggs anymore. They want to get this Lucian regardless. Xiao Xiaobao was a terror in the mid game on this champion, but it took a while before we really got to see that power come out through the mid lane.
Yeah, and we've seen this priority twice now from the side of Ultra Prime. I think it's just the fact that they value the Lucian pick a lot here. So with the AD carries that's up and available, there's still a few that does the same as Varus in terms of your role in the team, in terms of just scaling up with the Ezreal or against the Ezreal rather. So obviously there's the Varus. Then you can even go for the Ashe if that's something you're looking for. Kalista is something we saw that V5 banned away earlier as well. But this time around, Ultra Prime, they're looking to ban some of the Allies champion pool away here. Already the Camille, which was a pick he had fairly high success with against PLG despite losing.
I mean, another one of the picks that we could kind of maybe see SMLZ go back onto. The Kog'Maw is another one of those champions. They love to be able to play into the bot lane, into something like an Ezreal, just to be able to exert more control and more power towards the mid game when it comes to fully unlocking those team fights.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's going to be curious to see what V5 wants to get out of the last one here. They opted in for the Rakan in the beginning, but they're not going to follow that pattern. They're going to step it up a little bit and remove away the AD carry here, but that does still open up their support in the Leona here, which we saw Chelsea had. Or not Chelsea, but Reheal had a lot of priority on earlier, and still one of the strongest skirmishing supports we can get here in this league, and it's just going to be picked up from Ultra Prime. There's not too many counters left in that sense scenarios. Alistar, Thresh, Rakan, all off the table, and yes, you can default to a safer scenario with the Tahm Kench, but I wonder what the pickup is going to be here. Are they going to respond with a aggressive pick of themselves with the Nautilus or with the Rel, or are they going to go for the safe path here with the likes of Tahm Kench again?
Tahm Kench could be the option, but it is going to be instead this Rel coming in from Reheal to give him something that can follow up this Viego as that engage, as the person to go in and try to disrupt the backline. But I look at this and still it's going to be difficult, because I feel like Rel maybe needs to even function more of a disengage tool, just because so many of these champions of Ultra Prime are going to try to dive into this backline.
Yeah, they most definitely are. There's still some CC that can try and deny that if they'd like to. I wonder what the pickup is going to be here for the last side of Ultra Prime, because right now you're looking at the team and you're looking towards playing for the solo laner. So you're looking to play a bit more far behind with the bot lane instead. And okay, now that is crazy. There's still some pick potential here from the side, and stealing away the ultimate from Bram with Silas can be very tough as well. But SMLC, Matt Magical, when we started this day, you said you wanted spicy champions. You wanted something new. And you got it here with SMLC brand coming through here.
Ah, man, I love these kind of picks. It functions so similarly to how the Ziggs does when it comes to the team fights, the amount of damage you're able to provide for the team. The one thing about it, though, that is definitely and significantly different is he's not going to be able to bulldoze down those towers. He's not going to be that siege tool that you had before in the Ziggs, but sure as hell it is spicy.
Ultra Prime decided to bring the fire. I will say though, Brando doesn't have any mobility for himself to get away either. Very immobile champion, and as you just said yourself, doesn't nuke the turrets in the same sort of fashion. What he does do that is that he does have that wave clear. He does have some insane and backline damage at what you're looking for. And in a team fight scenario, when Diana ultimate clumps up multiple players, when the set ultimate puts them together with the Facebreaker, that Brand ultimate is going to be really dangerous as well.
It is going to be very dangerous, and in fact, SMLZ's entire job in these fights is to get his full rotation of spells out and then die. He is going to be blown out like a candle, because all he has to do is set the house on fire for V5.
I guess that's just the play coming into this one. And okay, so we take stake at the two team compositions right here, and right now for both teams, it's still very much about the top side of the map, but I'm looking onto Ultra Prime, and they just have more tools in their arsenal right now for setting off some of these plays. They have the CC to play for. It's harder to get that on towards the mid lane. Uniboy is going to be pushed in by Xiao Shaobao on the Lucian up towards the top side of the map. Zedes is just playing the same matchup as before, only this time around there's not a Volibear to lock him down with the CC. It's all on the Viego to pin him down.
It is, and it's going to mean that ZS has an easier time of diving into this backline. His flanks are going to be even scarier than they were before. I'm looking at every single lane. I love this because SMLZ is the player I gotta focus on. I want to be able to talk more and more about this brand with the fact that you had already set up every one of these lanes is going to be difficult for V5. This bot lane especially, if we thought the Ziggs was already scary enough against Kepler, against this Ezreal, Brand is now going to have a kill threat because there's a Leona there as well.
It really is. Like, the CC can be absolutely insane, and that Pillar of Flame, once you get the passive stacks down, I mean, it's going to be explosive fights. And one thing the Sylas can't benefit off with Brand is that he's not going to have the Brand passive. So even if you were lucky enough to get bounces, you can't even bounce on yourself. It's all onto getting it on towards the enemy team. So it does become a bit harder in that sense scenario, but this time around with the Brand, he's not going to be able to get that instant priority as we saw earlier with the 6. But SMLC has just decided that he's a mage player now. He's no longer about these AD carries.
Yes, 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 yes. This is something I love as, I'm a support player, but I also do like my Brand support just for that burst of damage that you're able to provide for the team. We got to switch gears to top lane. ZS. He is getting an immaculate trade. Every lane right now for UP besides that bot lane is having this huge shove into their opposition and taking full control, and this might allow Hacker to be the one to be able to look for a potential double scuttle.
Yeah, could try and look for it, but it's going to come down to the priority. In the mid lane, Xiao Shaobao should have it, just due to the matchup of Lucian versus Sylas. And down towards the spot side of the map, I am not fully sure how this Brand functions going over the levels here, but I'll guess we'll find out, you and I. And after a crash did come through from V5, it's looking like they're able to push it back.
Xiao Shaobao had to flash away. The flash coming in from Juggut underneath the turret. It's going to be first blood picked up by Juggut. It's traded back for Xiao Shaobao. The V5, they might have changed out the junglers, but they did not change out the first 5-minute play.
Yeah, they get the first blood, but I mean, Xiao Shaobao is going to be able to just TP back and get onto this one. Hacker is going to be able to clear the bot side scuttle, and now perhaps he could just, after this one, move up towards the top side scuttle, where he'll have the mid lane priority due to the TP coming through. Top lane has priority right now with Zedes pushing in this one. So I'm actually not too sure about that flash coming in from Juggut. He'll have to make good use of that first block money to make sure that it was well worth it.
And I am with you, though. I'm not really too sold on this. It doesn't really seem like it's actually working out, because now Hacker, he's able to invade, take away some chickens, then he can path towards the top half. They probably even thought that it was going to be the immediate call from Juggut to path towards the top lane to get the Scuttlecrab to deny that double scuttle for Hacker, but because he didn't, because he went for the greedy play of the Krugs on the bottom half of the map, he is going to be put massively far behind in this jungle matchup.
And it's not going to stop there. You can take the scuttle here. Now they're getting the vision on towards the Grump. So as soon as Grump is fighting point as well, with the top lane priority that Zedes is going to be able to get after a wave has crashed, they can continue this pressure. Like, the small little lead Hacker is getting now is actually quite insane compared to what you got from that first blood. I don't think the first blood was very well worth it, just due to the fact that you hadn't full cleared. You lost so much momentum when you died under that turret.
Look, mid lane. Juggut again is posturing to be able to make this play on a Xiao Shaobao, but the moment he stepped out of the brush, he was spotted out, and he doesn't have flash this time around. He's not going to be able to go for that play to try to see if they can punish Xiao Shaobao. They have lost so much of that momentum they could have possibly gotten in this early game.
And here's the thing, all this intel is going to be onto the side of Ultra Prime now. They can do so much on the map, knowing that Juggod is just clearing the top side of the map. Bot lane can play even more aggressive if they want to. Xiao Xiaobo, you said it yourself, he doesn't have flash, but when he has intel and that Juggod is clearing, he can play as aggressive as he likes, with no worries, even though there's no wards around mid lane, just due to the fact of how good they are at keeping Juggod intel. They can walk up here in the bot lane as well, try to stop the freeze, just because they know where Juggod is. So this is enabling a lot from Ultra Prime, just in terms of how they play their lanes and how they're facilitating it here.
And I'm just kind of contemplative here of what possibly V5 can do, try to see if they can draw back this game in any kind of way, because every lane seems like they're having a difficult time. Mid lane, you can see the CS lead for Xiao Xiaobao with that kill as well. Bot lane, you have a CS lead for SMLZ. The only lane that does not have a sizable lead is the top lane, but it's ZS, and we know how he can play when it comes to these flanks, when it comes to the potential team fights later on.
We'll need to be a bit careful here, but skirmishing, big potential for it here. I think they're just going to keep taking away whatever they can from Juggod. So with mid lane priority, with bot lane priority, I think they're just going to be stealing away the Raptors as soon as they spawn. And yep, there you have it. There's just so much on this side of the map that Ultra Prime is going to be able to go for. And they can even, after this one, try and set up the jungle towards the blue side of the map if they want to. But it's looking like they're going for the dive.
Full dive, even with Juggod here, the showstopper, and they get the kill onto him. He wasn't the initial target. Uniboy was, but he dies. Double kill for Hacker.
And it all just came back. We go back to that first blood. We go back to the fact where Juggod lost a lot of that priority. We go back to the fact that every lane from Ultra Prime has priority. So not only is the game hard to play because you died on the turret, it's also hard to play because you got no one to help you right now from the side of Juggod. You're all on your own, and if you try to do anything about it, you're just going to lose your life for it.
Oh man, this game, it's so far, it's doom and gloom up in this room. It is not good at all. We look at this replay, and like I said, Juggod was not the initial target, yet he's the one sacrificed initially.
And he goes on to Uniboy afterwards anyway. Like, you can flash away if you want to, and that Leona ultimate is just not going to save you, unfortunately. And I think after this, they're still able to pick up the blue buff. So you can see the gold lead right now from Hacker as well. It's close to 1,000 just in the jungle alone, and that's where all this gold is lying right now from Ultra Prime. We talked about the draft decisions once again. Going for that Rumble first pick, leaving the Diana and set rotation up from Ultra Prime. It's really paying its dividends right now.
And here they are trying to see if they can make a play elsewhere. Xiaoxi was a bit far out. He had the vision, but he dies to Uniboy. So it is going to be a little bit dragged back by V5 right around the dragon. I'd like to see them go for this objective, but instead they're pathing to try to see if they can contend against this Rift Herald take.
Yeah, the thing is, SMLC though, after he's cleared this wave, he does have TP. Xiaoxi just spawned as well, so we could have a longer extended skirmish around this if they're not breaking out and away from the objective immediately, and that's just what they're going to be doing with this Rift Herald. With 6 minutes still up and available to go for a tower, there's still loads of possibilities for you here.
V5, you see that the Rift Herald's taken, the dragon's up, you know that you had the advantage because you got the kill onto Xiaoxi bot lane. Why don't you immediately turn for that objective here, Goldberg? It's boggling me.
I guess they're just too scary to actually try and go for anything at this point in time, just due to the fact that Sylar's not going to be doing much. Eshrol still waiting for that Divine Sunderer, and the same can be said for the Viego if he were to join a team fight. So I think it just comes down to that. After the first game, they're very scared to take one of these bad fights that they opted in for earlier.
They are very scared in this game. Ultra Prime, on the other hand, are not. They have been getting a lot in this one. Even if Xiaoxi might have died, and Xiao Xiaobao as well earlier on, they are in a great position. Not only take this dragon, they have the Rift Herald in the inventory. Every single lane is getting priority. They are looking like they are going to accelerate the potential to have that typical team fight that they always thrive in.
Yeah, And right now on the map, there's just nothing V5 is able to get. Bot lane, priority. Mid lane, priority. Top side, priority. Rift Herald, gone. Drake, gone. And now we're still looking for a play for this Rift Herald as well. It's so easy for the side of Ultra Prime right now to either send up Chelsea if they'd like to do that, or just move in with priority in the mid lane, move that priority up towards the top side of the map, and then go for a dive onto allies instead. Everything Ultra Prime could do here, they have multiple ways of doing it. They can do it from the top side to mid as well, and that's the scary part right now, that it's hard to actually seal any of this potential damage that's going to come through right now for V5, because they just don't have the priority to work with.
No, because Ultra Prime, despite the fact that we had set this up as the battle at the bottom, how they have been playing this series is a great change of what we are used to from this team. This seems like they're far more in control than we typically see in a lot of their games. A lot of their games, they fall massively far behind in the early game. But here, not only are they able to find these leads, but when it comes to how they themselves get caught out, they know what they need to do to answer back and keep it even.
Yeah, you're completely right about that one. And there we go. They're actually just going forward in the mid lane. It's almost down to 2 plates. And then after the double taps have to come through here, it should just be picked up by the Rift Herald.
There it is.
With mid lane turret being the first one opened up, Ultra Prime is just going to excel their pressure even more. They can always walk in with mid lane priority now. They can always move up towards the top side and have a clear exit path. They can move down towards the bot side and have a clear exit path. So everything right now is just going really well. But TPs are coming through.
TP looking for SMLZ, looking to see if Elias is going to be able to get onto him, but it's a TP answered by ZS. There's no damage on either side just yet, but with both TPs expended by the top lane, both teams are going to fall back. It's just going to be the pressure of Ultra Prime, because they are the ones in control of this game, even threatening a potential dive. 5 members onto this bot lane. I don't know if you want to dive 4 members on the other side.
Yeah, I don't think you're going for this one. Every summoner spell is still up for Kepler with the cleanse available as well. You do have that stopwatch for Chelsea if you want to juggle some of that tower aggro, but we're still only 12 minutes into the game. Plates are still up. I think it's a bit early to go for these sort of plays right now.
Yeah, way too early, but at least for the side of Ultra Prime, it looked like it could have been SMLZ getting caught out. They scare away Elias. They make sure that they can continue to reign supreme in each one of these lanes and push back V5 to the brink of annihilation.
Yeah, I completely agree. And now, resets coming through from Xiao Shaobao, so this is the breathing room you get for V5. As soon as you see a solo laner backing, that means Juggut. Okay, I can actually clear my own camps now. I don't have to worry about getting invaded. So for him right now, it's just about clearing that top side of the map immediately and make sure he can get some sort of resources on the map. Because as soon as Xiao Shaobao is back in lane, that's when Hacker should be looking for more plays. That's when they should be looking for the mid lane priority and excel that pressure elsewhere.
And right now, it's just a slow, steady game for Ultra Prime. No reason to play too greedy, no reason to try to see if you can go for these unnecessary dives. Instead, they're just pushing in the lanes, trying to see if they can set up vision control, waiting it out. It's another minute until they're going to be able to take their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, that's the thing. And, you know, it's going to be a slow snowball, but the composition kind of wants to do the same we saw with the 6. You want to poke him out a little bit, and then when you want to go for that all-in potential, well, you have the Leona, you have the Diana, and you have Sedas, once again, who's going to be looking for these flanks. And let's hope V5 has learned a little lesson from last time they just played against this set, because it came from everywhere. Sedas just had that number every time a flank was in question.
I have a feeling that they did not, unfortunately, when looking at how this game is already starting to unfold and unravel for V5. They're already in a position where they are down 2,500 gold to Ultra Prime. Before, they were nearly dead even when they finally had to worry about ZS. Here, when they have a lead, I fear that there's not really much V5 can do to stop them, even if they know.
That's the thing. It's hard for them to find any opening in a team fight as well. You don't have backline access with the champions right now, so you're going to be stuck in a bit of a front to back unless you come in from multiple flanks as well, which we already see in V5. They're struggling to do that kind of play. So with Kepler, you're kind of hoping you can poke them down a little bit and then go for a fight in the equalizer perhaps, but then it's also on Ultra Prime to make a mistake, walk into all of this CC, walk into a rail in a choke point where the equalizer is going to have a lot of value, but I just don't think that we're going to be seeing that. And now, Drake being started up from the posturing of V5 right now. It looks like they want to contest it, though.
Oh, no. Instead, they saw that Kepler's an easy target for a Hacker. What a call to realize they can burst him down. And now the damage, the poke for V5, it is gone.
Yeah, Hacker is looking to start an MVP performance for himself here. It's been like this since the early game, ever since he started the first counter jungling into the first dive, and now one-shotting enemy AD carries. Kepler felt like he was in a decent position after having finished the Divine Sundra, but that was not the case. And now on the other side, Riftel is being started, and it looks like Ultra Prime, they're not going to look to contest it.
But this is actually nice from V5. This is the answer I wanted before. When a play is made by Ultra Prime, try to take something else. Try to make sure that you're always going tit for tat. But only now, 15 minutes into the game, do they finally learn that lesson, as they're losing towers, they're losing dragons, and they have no semblance of a gold lead.
And it's going way faster than the earlier game we had as well. This time around in the game, all turrets basically were still standing. They had traded 1-for-1, but 20 minutes into the game, mid lane turret was still standing. That's not the case this time around. Ultra Prime really upped the tempo in here.
No idea.
Out of the fuck of war, Hacker is just there to take care of him.
Yeah, poor Kepler. He had no idea. He had seen Hacker kind of nearby, but he didn't guess that he was going to be right there in that pressure, ready to jump on top of him.
And it's just tough as well. You play against the Fed Diana, that's never fun as an AD carry or any squishy member, but, you know, that is the cards that you're dealt with, and that's the situation you're in. And now, with only one outer turret being up for V5, I think that's going to be the strike point Ultra Prime is looking for. As you can see, they're moving up the bot lane here. They're going to keep them in the mid lane to keep that pressure up, and they're going to juggle the pressure back and forth to slowly but surely take care of the last outer turret. When that is done, then they can look to just keep excelling the pressure on towards the camp. And you can see how much damage SMLC is doing now with the Leander's Anguish in the mid lane.
He is burning them alive, and anytime you step up, I'm just going to be able to do so much damage. One simple E, the Pillar of Flame as well, any of the abilities connecting from SMLZ are going to chunk out these squishy members of V5.
So, just taking a little turn here where it looks like not much is going to be happening unless Hacker is going to be looking for a little play here onto Kepler.
He wants it.
Have you been satisfied with the brand?
Oh, so far, I mean, he is doing what Brand does best, clear out the minion waves, get a little bit of damage. Sure, he hasn't been able to get a kill yet, but we'll probably see that soon because V5, they're trying to chase down Ultra Prime, but TP in behind to make sure they can scare off these members of V5. The engage comes in with the Magnet Storm, but SMLT is still alive. Here's the Pyroclasm getting a lot of damage with the Moonfall as well. They burst down Re Hill. Uniboy, you might have respawned, but you're immediately dead. Elias trying to be able to see if he can draw back in the fight with the team, but he's just not going to be able to do it. He's taken down by Xiao Xiao Bao. Only Kepler now getting the little bit of damage onto these low health targets of Ultra Prime. We have seen this before, and poor Kepler is going to be able to do nothing to stop Ultra Prime from pushing again into their jungle.
Yeah, and it was a bit off page here. Actually, the Rift Tile was summoned up down towards the bottom side of the map. It just died here, so it felt like half of V5 wanted to go for a push for turrets, while the other one with Reheal wanted to go for the engage. And quite honestly, that was the engage in the jungle we talked about. That was the Magnet Storm that could have been paired together with the Equalizer, but the puzzle pieces were just not there together at the same time, and they weren't able to finalize it here. So you can see they're definitely going for it here in the beginning, but you take a look on towards the mini-map, and multiple members of V5 are still missing when this engage happens, which means that yes, it's a nice, beautiful engage coming in from Reheal, but there's no one ready to capitalize on it, and that's where it goes wrong.
Exactly, like you said, when the Magnet Storm did come out from Reheal, if you saw on the minimap, Juggod was still in mid lane. He was still pathing to the fight. That they need to layer that CC. They need to have the puzzle pieces, as you said, actually click together and not just jam them and hope that you're making a picture just because you think that they should fit.
You know, I feel like that's a pretty good analogy of what we're seeing sometimes here from V5. Just throwing that Hail Mary as we talked about. We saw it a bit in the earlier game as well. And now with 1 minute onto the next Mountain Drake. I mean, I just can't see what V5 is going to be doing about this. The vision control, the pressure, all in Ultra Prime's favor. And at the same time, if you're looking for a team fight, the gold is just in Ultra Prime's league. So right now, 4v5, you're kind of just hoping that Ultra Prime is making a mistake. That's what you're betting for at this point already in the game, 20 minutes in.
Whenever you have to bet on your opponents making a cataclysmic mistake like that, things have gone very southern. They are not going to be going well any which way unless, like you said, it is a miracle where they're able to find some sort of mistake. And even with that, they are so far behind. It's 6,000 now at 20 minutes that they are behind Ultra Prime. You're needing multiple of those mistakes. Right now, they just cannot rely on that. They're getting dove with a huge Moonfall combo. Man, nobody can survive there, even though they got Shoutzy down. Jug God, he is trying to be able to get away. You can see the flank from Uniboy, but Uniboy, you're one against the world, and it is against ZS. You cannot fight him. He is the true boss. You have only stolen his title, and it's the ace for Ultra Prime.
I can kind of respect the fact that V5 was just like, you know what, let's just take the fight. Let's just see what happens. Let's just jam that puzzle piece into the puzzle and see if it fits. But, you know, big surprise, it didn't. And once again, Ultra Prime is just looking so damn strong here. It was ZS with the flank again. And I think he was actually spotted beforehand, but it still didn't scare away V5. They still wanted to go for the fight, and they paid for it immediately. With the set Diana rotation coming through, you saw the all-in there. Right, it's just beautifully layered. And there he is, ZS, onto 3 people with the Arcane Shift coming in from Kepler. Easy for Hacker to just get in here. And as soon as this is down, I mean, this is the easiest team fight of your life as an AD carry, as Xiao Saobar in the background. Not much for you to do here.
Not at all. It's pretty much just getting 3 damage all the time after they kill Jug God 2. Uniboy, he was hoping to be able to get some retribution for the team, but really it is nothing that you have left in this tank. Nothing you really have to be able to stop the momentum that Ultra Prime have been able to pick up for themselves.
Yeah, they're just going to be burning as well. You take a look onto SMLC's inventory right now, and you realize, okay, that's Brand. He makes them burn. Okay, that's Leandro's Anchorage. They're going to burn. Okay, that's the Demonic Embrace. They're just going to burn even more. If you get hit by one ability, like that's triple dot effect on you. I really want to see that as well.
I didn't know you could burn more than just with fire. I thought fire was enough burning, but apparently there are other levels to burning that I didn't know about.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would love to compare them to something, but honestly, I'm not as creative to actually do it. But with the sieging coming through here, with the Baron buff coming in now, it should be fairly easy for Ultra Prime to just excel their pressure on towards the turrets now. ZS trying to get away here, might get caught off guard.
Kepler, every single time he steps forward, Xiao Saobar is able to unleash the calling, force them back. They don't even need to kill these members of V5. It is a 10,500 gold lead Ultra Prime have here. They can easily enter this base. Pretty much, they're saying this base now belongs to us.
And that's the thing. Inhibitor down in the bot lane of the map. They're just going to be looking to do the same towards the middle. The minion wave coming in from the top side as well.
Oh, that was just a guess there from Reheal. You can see with the control ward, they didn't actually know. He was just banking on the fact that SMLZ was there.
Okay, nice little shutdown to come through. You remove some of the Baron buff, you get the resets to come through, and you get yourself some extra breathing room. But the thing is, that is just one picks of many you need to get back into this game. You're 10k behind. Baron buff is still up for quite a bit. But I think with the resets coming through now, you got over the worst deal. But the thing is, you know, Mountain Soul is spawning in 3 minutes. There's going to be another Baron. Then it's going to be Elder.
Did you get over the worst of it? I mean... Yeah. That's
perhaps from the Baron, you know?
Wait, how does that spot
he actually was spotted on board here.
Wait,
so
they had a control ward.
Yeah, but that's the tricky part about that bush. It has 2 angles. You know, it goes around the corner, so you actually need to place it in the middle of that bush. It's a bit finicky, but yeah.
Because it was on the other side, the wall blocked it. Oh, that's why. Oh. Wow, and that's why I was surprised too. I'm like, that's a good guess from Reheal. Well, that makes sense. It makes sense when you think about the walls.
Yeah, you know what? I liked it better when you said they guessed. It felt more awesome, at least in the position
where
they put them against the wall.
They should have just let us have that. We didn't need to do the replay. Everyone just forget. Twitch chat, that didn't happen.
But of course, moving forward here, Baron buff no longer on the table, but still a team with a lot of gold right now, and it's not going to stop them from pushing this in. Bot lane pressure is coming through with the inhibitor being down as well, and with ZS in the mid lane, it should be fairly easy for them to juggle this pressure as well as the sieging begins.
This is why I said I don't think that they are over the worst of it at all. They might not have the Baron buff anymore, but you can see the pressure that UP still can exert over V5, forcing them yet again back into their base. Pretty much the rinse and repeat, even with a simple pick onto SMLZ. It is not stopping the fact that this is still a 10,000 gold deficit V5 are in.
And that's the thing, they're desperate. Equalizer coming through, but quickly shut down.
Quickly because of relentless pursuit from Xiao Bao, and ZS himself just allowed to continually escort these minions into the mid lane. They're just looking to see if they can continually get to these thresholds onto these towers so they can eventually knock them over.
It's just going to keep going at it. Bot lane is stacking up with 2 super minions as well now, so at some point in time, someone will have to see to that. ZS still in the mid lane. I think this is going to be the push, but another turret will break as the Nexus turrets are taking a beating.
Yeah, these turrets are both so low at the moment. Mid lane's going to have a lot of minions showing up. The Culling going to be able to get a lot of damage onto Jug God, but so is True Shot Barrage onto all the members of Ultra Prime. But that is brutal that the tower, the Nexus turret, did fall to the super minions.
Yeah, that's the thing. So they're just going to go through with the reset. Mountain Soul is going to be spawning in 40 seconds, so should be fairly easy. After that one, you can just set up around the Baron. And with the pressure you have on the map, with the deep vision you can lay, the line of the face, the line of defense, rather, should be very hard for V5 to penetrate. And that should, I mean, we should just be looking at the last minutes of the game of this series here, unless V5 is able to come up with a miracle fight. You can see now they're TPing in for a flank. They're looking for this Drake.
They're looking, I think, not only for the flank, but they're trying to see if maybe they can pull off a miracle. Nobody has any idea where Uniboy is. They don't even know that that control ward was in that alcove, but unfortunately, the rest of V5 have now postured towards the bottom half of the map. And look at Xiao Bao. He is immediately making the call, saying, fine, we are willing to trade this dragon. It is not that critical for us. We can easily start taking mid lane with the dragon down to 50%. Hacker, he had the smite fight. He lost it out to Jug God, but now the back line. Uniboy is going to have a huge moonfall himself, but there's a lot of damage coming in from ZS, trying to see if they can keep SMLZ alive. But Xiao Bao, he wants to be able to end the game. The fight's still being won by Ultra Prime, even though ZS finally taken down by Allies. 2 members are still alive. Xiao C Hacker trying to be able to see if they can rejoin Xiao Bao with Kepler in the base. Xiao C taking a lot of the brunt of the damage coming in from Uniboy and Allies, and now Xiao Bao is here to help out, make sure that he can scare off the members. Diego trying to be able to fight back. He couldn't get anything back. And Uniboy is burning. Double kill comes in from this Lucian with Kepler on the wings, waiting to see if he can poke out the members. Spot out with the blue trinket. He keeps the game just barely going.
Yeah, but for what cause? You lost all your Nexus turrets now. Yes, you get the Mounted Drake, but it means nothing as a singular objective there. And the Baron is still up on the table. Death time was not that long from Ultra Prime. It's only Xiao C who's the longest we'll be waiting for. And TPs, they're just being channeled immediately from Ultra Prime. They're going for this objective as fast as they can. Uniboy still 15 seconds on him, and he does not have a TP.
Doesn't have the TP, doesn't have the easy way to get in. Only Allies might be able to help out, but you can see from the members of V5 where they are positioned, nobody is going to try to see if they can contest the purple worm being picked up by Ultra Prime.
And there we go, one last reset. There's no Nexus turret for you to worry about. You can literally just be walking down mid. You can run it down mid as Ultra Prime now. For once, is this okay? And I think that's just what they're going to be looking for. 3-4 items onto Xiao Bao. He's incredibly strong onto this Lucian now as well. Medjai still stacked up for Hacker on 16 pages. And V5, they had a bit of a miracle where they came out even on that Drake fight. If that is even something you can say when they lost their Nexus turrets and they lost everything. It was as even as it was going to get.
5 Goldberg. It was a 4v5 that they come out technically even on when they lose so much of their base. And like you said, now UP can march it down mid lane to look to end this game.
Yeah, it seems like Hacker still wants to clear out some jungle camps here, and you know, they're still not running into this one without reason. Rehill is spotted here on the pink ward. It's going to come through, and he's not going to have that flank. And that's what you're looking for. Just make sure that you're not able to be flanked. Just take them on a full-on 5v5, and you should just beat them with your wallet and how ahead you are right now.
13,000 gold separates these two. Ultra Prime, the team fight team, they love these moments. They thrive in the chaos. Make sure they can get a clean 2-0 over V5. Rehill had to flash away, but instead it's Jug God. He keeps dying when others are the ones that they had targeted in the first place. And Ultra Prime get the 2-0 to make sure they are at the top of the bottom.
And there we go. It's finally finished. It's 2-0 for Ultra Prime. And their second series they're picking up here. So V5 still not with a single win in a series at least completed that they're able to pick up. And this might be that stepping stone we talked about for Ultra Prime, because both teams up until this point look very shaky. V5 obviously still does. But maybe this is what Ultra Prime needs to kind of facilitate more of this. This was a different style we saw from them. Not only with the 6, that was something we had seen before, but with the Brand being the other pick as well while you're playing for the solo laners, this was something we had not seen coming from them.
No, and this game as well, the series from Ultra Prime looked far cleaner from what we have seen in the past, from how they have played previous series, where you look back to weeks 1 and 2, that's when they seemed to be really in the most control, when they were really living in their elements. Sure, they had only been able to pick up that one series, but they were able to get that one game over FPX. They looked good against LG Deep, but after that, they seem to have collapsed, and here, in this series against V5, it seems like they've finally been able to rebuild the foundations of the team.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what we were looking for as well. We talked a lot about this potential that could be in this team. We talked about Ultra Prime being this development team, rather. They were the kind of team that wanted to... Let's be honest, they're not the team roster that's just being built to just win the league straight up. This is the kind of team where you're building in on the talent development. This is the kind of team where you're looking to gel together and hopefully be able to push for playoffs and then take it from there. And we talked about how far is it really from them for playoffs. Well, right now the 9th place team is sitting at either 3 or 9 win, or 3 or 4 wins rather, and now Ultra Prime is sitting at 2 themselves, and you can see it here. Quite convincing game, even more convincing than the first game. So nicely done by Ultra Prime picking up their second series.
And look at the damage too, spread out across 3 carries. Hacker, Xiao Bao, and SMLZ, all of them doing immense amount of work to make sure that this game was never really out of their control.
That's the thing, and once again, Hacker really looking for an MVP performance in this game as well. Xiao Bao earlier, or later rather, in the game as well. But the early game was just dominated from start to finish from Ultra Prime. I think some drafting issues once again went wrong with V5 just going for a Rumble first pick when both Diana and Set was up and available. It was absolutely criminal giving that over to Ultra Prime, and they paid for it in the early game where Juggut, after picking up the first blood, dying for it himself, just had no camps to clear. He had no pressure to go for. He had no lanes to facilitate because the lanes just never had pressure themselves. And when the lanes didn't have pressure, well, all his jungle camps were just being removed. When all the jungle camps were being removed, it was just easy for Hacker to get a lead. They just picking up these dives. They started stacking the objectives. And all of a sudden, there just wasn't a game for V5 to play. They're just so far behind and never got any leverage in this game.
I mean, and how can you really get back into that game when that first blood, even if you pick up the first blood, that first kill goes over to Xiao Bao, and then every single lane of Ultra Prime is essentially winning, having the priority at all moments of that early game.
Yeah, it is SMLC as well. We see him on these fancy picks like the 6, like the Brand, and while it's not a all-star performance coming through, it is definitely a performance rather that helps facilitate some of the team here, especially the solo laners that we talk so much about.
I mean, and then you had already talked about a Hacker. He was fighting for an MVP that game, and sure enough, he was going to get it. When you have a score line like that as Diana, I don't even think he died in that game. He was unstoppable with how he was able to play, and he was given every tool to succeed.
Yeah, he most definitely was. Here we see a lot of the dives that just starts coming through, and We obviously already talked about it, but it was from all this pressure Hacker has gotten by just straight up out jungling Jock God in a position where he just got the lead, he got the tempo on him, and as soon as that happened, well, we've seen a lot of fed Dianas in this meta. She absolutely takes over these kind of games, specifically because it's already so backline heavy in this meta with the set coming through as well. So when these two were paired up, I mean, it was just a duo of doom that was waiting to happen.
But this is an amazing performance out of Hacker because he has been a player that has been hyped up in the past. He's been a player that everyone has looked at to succeed, and oftentimes he has been one of the big superstars of rosters that he's been a part of, but this split has been rough for the entirety of Ultra Prime. We talk about weeks 1 and 2 looking great, but then we're now in week 5. Weeks 3 and 4 looked absolutely abysmal for them. They look like they're completely out of sorts, so if this is how they start week 5, if they can continue this momentum and play this style, I do think that, you know what, maybe I was being a little critical. Maybe I was saying, all right, sure, whatever, bringing back the game is way too late, but maybe now I'm starting to breathe in a little bit of the copium myself.
I mean, copium is needed. Sometimes you just have to swallow that placebo pill. There's not much to it. And you said it yourself, there were some good highlights coming in from Ultra Prime here. Some of the keywords we discussed earlier, the facilitation, the understanding of their team composition with what they want to do, the fact they're putting SMLC onto mages, which is quite unique really in a meta like this, but also maybe a bit inevitable when solo laners just have so much priority as they have. It seemed like a good pick into the Ezreal every time, because when Ezreal is picked, it's really hard for him to punish the mage. You don't have that outplay potential. You don't have that dive-in potential. So just great stuff here by Ultra Prime of understanding what they want to do with their drafting and composition now.
You know, and I'm excited for this interview because we have SMLZ on the line with Wendy. So let's hear about that brand. Wendy, take it away.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and I'm standing by with SMLZ from UP. So congratulations for today's win. So how do you feel at this moment? And also there are so many overseas fans caring about their health situations. So we know you are doing some physical therapy now. So is this everything goes well? Could you share more about that? 那首先恭喜你们今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。那现在感觉怎么样呢？而且很多海外的粉丝也比较关心我们老贼的一个身体的状况嘛。然后呢，现在大家也知道你才做一些复健，那现在一切都怎么样呢？
就一切都还好吧，然后身体的话不影响操作。
I think everything goes well, and I think my health conditions, it will not affect my mechanics in competitive plays. Yeah, that's definitely a very good news for all the fans that's supporting you. And let's move on to today's game. We feels like from UP, the ban pick strategies from you guys was quite similar for both games. You have picked the Lucian in the first 3 picks, and then just ended up with you pick the Jax in game 1 and then Brand in game 2. So could you share more about the reason behind those AP champion choices as a body? And maybe can we expect more AP champions in this meta to appear in the body? 那说到今天那个 BP， 感觉你们其实2局是有一些相似的地方的，都是在前3手选出了卢锡安，然后把它作为一个中路，然后接下来在第1局是给你拿出了一个吉格斯，然后第2局是选出了一个火男，所以说2局都会选出一个这样的一个 AP， 然后走下的一个原因是什么呢？那或许我们在这个版本里能不能看到更多的 AP 英雄也出现在下路的交战当中？你怎么评价他们的强度呢？
因为我们有时候有强势的上中也就先拿，然后我下路可以玩的很多，就到4、5路。 然后 AP 法师应该就炸弹人最好用，其他就是好玩。
Because if there's so many very strong champions for the upper half of the map is open, so that's the reason for us to just pick those champions for us. And because I have a very broad champion pool, so I can play so many different champions to fit into our compositions. And in terms of the AP champions in the body, I think Jax can be a very good pick, but for other choices, I think we just played for fun. Yeah, but game 2 was a very good game for you guys. So, but let's talk a bit more about the game 1, because in game 1, Victory 5, they're the team that got more kills in the early game, but ended up in the mid game. You guys will have a very good coordination in all the team fights to able to get the win. So, could you share more about the team's communication in the game 1, especially in those team fights? 那其实第一局的时候呢，我们感觉好像对面在前期是拿到了比较多的一个人头，但到中后期的一个团战，你们每一波都是打得非常非常的好，而且非常非常的展现出很强的一个配合能力。所以说你们可能中期的一些交流会是怎么样的呢？
中期就是张帅一直想开团嘛，然后我们那个阵容其实团打起来就很容易赢。
So for game 1 in the mid game, the CS, our top laner, he really would like to seek more opportunities to make the hard engagement. And with our compositions, we feel it can be an easy game for us to win those team fights and also get the game 1. And also in game 2, I want to talk a bit more about the team fight that you guys have before gotten the first Baron, because at the main lane, you were able to end up that team fight with an ace. So could you share more about that scene? 那说到第二局，我觉得非常非常精彩的一波团战，也是你们在拿到第一条大龙之前的那一波，在中路你们最后也是一个皎月的3杀，然后最后是以团灭对手来收尾。所以说当时那一波是发生了什么呢？和我们详细的讲一下吗？
因为我们第二把阵容选出来就是打团，然后我们只要不被瑞开到太多人，在瑞开之后反打就能赢。
So with our compositions in game 2, I think like we have drafted a very team fight focused compositions. So based on that, if we just didn't got a bot, like maybe didn't got the tower dive, it's super easy for us to make a counter engagement, and also we can just win the game easily. And definitely congratulations again, you have shown us so many impressive team fights for this best of 3. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们在接下来的比赛中也能越打越好。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, SMLZ, for the interview. And, you know, I like the reason for the brand, personally. We played it because it sounded fun. I am always on board for that.
Well, it seems kind of easy. He goes in depth about it a little bit, about how much they prioritize their solo laners here. And we talked a bit about it in draft as well. The fact that Lucian 2 games in a row was one of these hard priority picks they had to go for. The set as well coming in. And I agree with him quite a lot. This meta is very much about the solo laners. It's very much about the skirmishes you create on the top side of the map. So yeah, why not just put whatever champion that scales fine down the bot side of the map? All you need to do is just survive and still be a threat in the mid game. And you're still doing that with some of these mages. Actually, in the first game with the 6, SMLC was the driving factor of their rotations, with the priority he created with taking down the towers.
So, Fiddlesticks support is good, right?
No.
No. Oh, well.
No. It's not happening, Matt Magical. I know you got your picks you want, but it's not happening.
I can dream. But you know what? We got to get ready for our second series of the day. We got to get to a break. Stick around. EDG, OMG will be right up after the break.
Assassins must use their entire arsenal to succeed. Shadows, steal, deception, misdirection. Game of life and death. A blade as sharp as the mind that moves it. Smoke and mirrors, a dance with finality. But soon the Master of Death will discover that he is not alone, and the darkness hides a new Reaper. A deadly new mid laner has entered the LPL. Cream has displayed skills far beyond his years, toppling some of the greatest talent the LPL has ever seen.
Nice code getting jumped on here. Should be able to. Oh, perfect execution! Oh!
OMG have their new weapon.
And Shun takes the Herald. Now fight his rookie in a 2v1 jumps over the wall. He's going to be followed by Cream!
A weapon to return them to former glory. For 5 years, Scout has battled beneath the Edward Gaming banner, his black jersey trimmed red with the remains of slaughtered foes. Once again, Scout's assassins make swift work of his opponents.
For the Kaiser, but it's Scout flashing onto Fofo instead. The bait and switch, the stun comes in there.
The length of a single heartbeat to end another.
Zoom was backing. Spell shield not going to come through now. There's the burst. I think Zoom knows.
Though both teams may wear the black of night, only one team can show their mastery of its shadows. Their blades are ready to taste blood.
Rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Rock throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny. If you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw it stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
This will never end. Don't show the tears. I know dreams. I had my heart open wide. This will never end. Don't show the tears. I know your dreams. I had my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
This will never end. I never let you alone.
下一场面对 EDG 他们比赛最需要提防的就是他们的运营吧，他们的运营能力比较强。下一场与 EDG 的比赛，我觉得要从团战来寻找突破口吧，因为我们的强项是打团。
Welcome back into the LPL. We're getting ready for our second series of the day, EDG versus OMG. That first series was definitely an exciting one. Team fights abound, and like New was talking about when it comes to EDG, this is a team that loves to fight, and you know, some might even say they are the best in the league, but that's got a question mark on it just because they did suffer that loss not too long ago, 2-0 in fact.
Yeah, I mean, that was in the weekend. I was just surprising to see that one come through, where EDG, they just never found every leverage in that game. I will say, though, Casa had a stellar performance on Diana in that game to just completely take everything over. But you take a look at their stats in general, and a lot of it is pointing it towards them being the best team in the league. It starts with the gold lead as well. All right, it's 1,200 at 15, and then at 25, they've doubled it, and they're just extremely good at snowballing their leads and finding skirmishes or just keeping the turret's pressure down to just get an outer turret, get the cams, get the next outer, and just keep taking everything away from you.
And hell, I'd even say that series against Top Esports was so close despite being a 2-0. It was back and forth the entire time just because EDG are so good at playing with these leads when it comes to these team fights, finding the proper angles that so many teams just aren't prepared for.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of teams talk about, okay, not only do we have to face them in normal macro in terms of taking over the map, but we also have to deal with the mechanics in terms of team fighting as well. They're so good at just splitting up team fights and put them into two separate skirmishes instead. We just saw it here with Flandre on the set. And this is a meta where a lot of it is backline dive, and a lot of this backline dive is great for Scout. It is great for Flandre, but it's just as great for Viper, who loves being this reliable AD carry in the backline who goes untouched if he's able to kite back.
Pretty much everyone on EDG thrives when it comes to working together. They can create their own leads, and then when they all come together as a unit, so few teams are able to deal with that. And that's why we even saw, even in their loss against Top Esports, it's one of those questions that EDG, this is why we said, are they the best in the league? Because when you look just at their stats and then how they function in team fights, they are inarguably the best in the league.
Yeah, it's the thing. Once again, these skirmishes we see from different champions as well. Scout has been absolutely huge on towards the LeBlanc, where it's not so much about doing consistent damage, but it's more the fact that where is he in the fog of war? Who is he getting a pick on? What CC is he obtaining? And what pressure is he creating for the backline for Viper to shine in? This team is just a well-oiled machine together.
And maybe not necessarily a well-oiled machine, but we definitely got a machine on the other side. OMG, the new kids on the block, at least when it comes to being a team towards the top of the standings. This team is so fun to watch. They have definitely won my heart this split.
I think they've won basically every LPL watcher's heart when you watch this team, because yes, they're not always consistently the best, but when they are popping off, they're doing a phenomenal job at doing it. Specifically in these team fights, it feels like with OMG in this roster, you can never count them out. Despite them being gold down, they'll find way to just outfight you on multiple fronts, and obviously Cream has been a huge member of that on the Assassins. They are not afraid to be creative. In this case scenario, we're taking a look onto Aki, onto the Diana, paired up with the Yasuo for this composition that's just so easy for them to create with the wombo combos, and that is where OMG excels as well. We talked about EDG's team fighting, but we also have to talk about OMG's, because it is one of their strengths.
Exactly. It's the exact same with OMG. Every one of their members has been fighting so well. Every one of their members is a threat. You talk about Aki, Cream, Cold in his initiations, Abel with how he's able to kite back his positioning, and New with being that guy who's able to flank so incredibly well.
Yeah, it feels like that there are shining performances from all of the members every now and then. Abel on towards the Ashwell or Kaiser, but also New on towards the Gwen when he's facilitated doing an insane amount of damage. And we said it ourselves, maybe not always the most well-oiled in terms of consistency, but when they are on point, there's really no stopping OMG.
And they're also a lot of fun to watch, and that's the big thing for me. They are so much fun to watch, especially their mid laner. Cream came out of nowhere, and he has won Munch, he has won me. I am on the hype train for Cream, but he has now got one hell of a task in front of him. He is going up against Scout, one of the best mid laners we have seen consistently in the history of the LPL.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think this is one of Scout's best split in a long time. For a while without Viper down the bot lane, at least last year, felt very underwhelming and just felt like he couldn't get back to that point where we know Scouts has been feared under the EDG banner for a long time. And while the stats here with the kill participation and damage may not share it, it's mostly like due to his champ being the LeBlanc that we've seen him on so often. It's about this burst, it's about finding the picks every now and then. And then you take a look onto Cream. He's second in the KDA of mid laners. We have a huge amount of insane mid laners in the LPL, and he's up there with them in his first split, fighting with them. Kill participation up there as well. Obviously, they're fighting a lot around this guy, and then you take a look on towards the damage. He's got such a huge impact for his team in these team fights. He's the one who's dealt the most damage in the mid lane out of all the mid laners in the LPL. And obviously, the goal share is not something to brag about either, but there we go. I mean, two mid laners here who's just going to be incredibly fun and amazing to watch today.
So incredible. I mean, you look at Cream, he plays around the team. He plays around making sure that he is going to be the guy with all the damage. Scout, on the other hand, you look at how his stats were, and you think, oh, that's not as impressive, until you realize not necessarily having the highest KP percentage, but still having the third highest KDA. That means that he is finding a lot of those plays himself mid lane. He is finding those plays in these skirmishes. He's not necessarily needing the rest of his team or being a part of this team fight position. He is all about trying to see if he can get ahead through lane and then snowball out of control.
I would say it's also very hard when the other side of the map sometimes just get their 2v2 kills down in the bottom side, or the top lane just need a mid laner involved for getting a kill. So it's like, yeah, the kill participation is lower, but the amount that EDG is able to take control from themselves with their players and their own individual agency is also just a bit higher than the most average LPL team. So that is what's making this EDG team so scary, that on multiple fronts, you got members that should be feared. And OMG today, we've talked about their story, we've talked about how they've gone in this new team lineup, how they've taken away games from some of the big giants, but EDG, one of the biggest you have to overcome to really prove that you can be one of the best in this league.
And I think a good example of why I'm so hyped for this mid lane is the fact that both these mid laners have an insane amount of MVPs already through the split. 5 for Cream, 4 for Scout. And for Scout, it's even more impressive when you consider that this is on EDG. EDG's team that is full of insane talent. He is able to get 4. Even Flandre has gotten 4 for himself. That is impressive to see from both of these players.
It's the way and fashion it's done as well. Like, it's quite unique with the way that he's creating space for the rest of the members. And while going under the radar a bit sometimes, out of nowhere, he'll just pop off when you least expect it. Just take that farm, get that first item, and as soon as it's finished, well, it's time for Scout to just, well, go out on the map, scout for a few freebies in the jungle who's walking alone or facilitating some of the other members, and he's just been doing a great job at it this split so far.
Yeah, but I hear the players are getting ready to line up on the stage, getting ready for an exciting match. EDG want to make sure they can remain at the top, while OMG, if they could manage to take down this team, take down EDG, that is one hell of a story for this organization.
It'd be absolutely amazing. It is specifically for OMG as well, just because we've talked about this roster for a long time. OMG last split, like, they've been a shadow of their former self for such a long time. You go back to season 3, where this team, like, I remember watching this team for the first time. Well, it was insanely fun to watch with going up in that top side, coming with the different drives and the stories they've had back then. Like, this is an organization that have had, obviously never won a world championship, but almost always participated. So to see them down in the LPL rankings last split was, you know, just kind of heartbreaking. So to see them now, where they're at this point in time, how skillful they suddenly are with this new lineup, it's incredible, and you can only love to see it really for a storied organization as this.
Exactly, and with these players, a lot of new talent, bringing in Cream into the mid lane to replace Wu Ming, who had already been a fantastic player himself, and then also having Abel step into the ADC role to replace Eric. It feels like this has been all they've been missing. They now have a more consistent ADC. They have an incredibly impressive mid laner, and going up against one of the best organizations that we have in the LPL, Edward Gaming. This is a fantastic game, and that's what's so crazy about this split for the LPL, that we can have this in the middle of the week, and yet we have many, many, many more exciting games throughout the entirety of this week.
It just feels like this with the LPL in general. Like top 9, it feels like you could send a lot of them to the World Championship. The level of competition right now it's just incredibly high. Like there is insane matches to watch almost every day. There's something to look forward to every week. And the fact that we got games every day of the week, it's just that much more amazing because we get to experience these high level competitive League of Legends every day. And you know, OMG versus EDG, it's just one extra nice game on the road that we're getting here, and there's more to come, obviously.
Well, and this is where, before we get into Champions League, before we dive into this game and this series, I want to look at how these two teams play, because we've talked about EDG. This is a team that likes to not only get leads for themselves in the laning phase, but you said it best when looking at their stats. When it goes from 15 to 25, they are able to double their gold lead consistently over and over again because they are so impeccably strong at team fighting.
And we can only look forward to those picks as well. We already talked a bit about the Dianas, the set today, some of these solo laners. Matters very much about all these assassins, and we're still on 11.12, so Akali nerf's not coming through yet, and you can see that in the bans as well. LeBlanc, Akali, all of these solo laners with the Renekton being taken away as well. And that does leave open the Lee Sin, the Set, the Diana, the Rumbles, all these high priority champions we've seen so far today.
And I'm wondering if Set is going to be the pick that we see first locked in for OMG, even though a lot of people could make an argument that that's something that isn't necessarily as strong as that pick right there, the Nocturne. I feel like New, when he has that set, he always looks so strong, but they grab the Lee Sin as a takeaway from both Flandre and Scout.
Yeah, but it can be a dangerous rotation as well. We've already seen the Diana and Set on R1 and R2 today earlier, and it just brings a lot of dive heavy pressure coming into it as well. Obviously with the Lee Sin, it is a triple flex, specifically with the jungle changes to come through as well. Could easily go down there as well. Another champion we haven't really seen today is going to be the Sin Sao due to him just being banned away, and with the likes of Lulu still up and available, could be a potential pairing we see as well, where you play for JJ here in the EDG lineup. Obviously a jungler as well that goes unnoticed sometimes with the solo laners are just that good, but obviously a huge facilitator as well on some of the carries. Even his Diana performance early in the split was just a monster performance, but this time around it is going to be that Sin Sao with the Lulu to pair up for the first 2 picks of EDG.
Not too surprising. When you leave over Xin Zhao, when you leave it wide open, Lulu is an amazing pairing just because that ability to buff him up, make him that stronger. I'm even expecting to see that Braum just because that is the triple threat. That is completing that Exodia just in 3 champions. While on the other side, OMG have to find a way to be able to quell that aggression. Quell the fact that they need to be in melee range if they actually want to be able to stop Xin Zhao.
Yeah, with the Ezreal pick, if that were to come through, I'm still looking at some of the supports because every support that S tier right now is still up if you want to secure that. Thresh, Nautilus, Leona, all these scary picks that can still come through. So yeah, on EDG right now, you can fret an AD carry pick, but I think for Mako as well, who's had some incredible performances on the Thresh as well, that is easily something you could lock in on third here and then just find an AD carry for Viper afterwards if that's what you're looking for.
They might do that. They're hovering that Aurelia. The Aurelia would be one spicy pick for sure, but the set makes far more sense to me. Putting Flandre on something that is going to look for these flanks, while it could be flexed for Scout into the mid lane. We have seen that EDG like to be able to have Scout on these assassins. Similar flanking style, but someone with far more damage.
And once again, it's all about the solo laners. We keep talking about this, such a high priority for a lot of teams to get this locked in. And we already saw earlier today that you don't need that many AD carries in the bottom. You can even bring up the mages if that's what you want to. Bot lane right now is just very much about keeping it still. But the problem here for EDG is that, or not the problem, the blessing rather, is that you have Viper, one of the best AD carries in the league, and he has to be respected. And you can see that coming through from some of the bans of OMG right now. They're probably saying, okay, we think the Lulu is going to either top or mid, Zed is either solo lane as well, so we're only looking at the last bot lane pieces to come through from EDG.
I mean, while Mako is a fantastic Lulu player in its own right, it could be flexed to scout mid lane. I doubt I'd see Lulu top lane for Flandre. It could be there, but I'm not expecting it. This is what surprises me, seeing the Kog'Maw ban. Even though, yes, the Lulu is already there for EDG, Varus, the champion that does amazingly in the lane into Ezreal, is wide open for the pickings for EDG if they want to take it.
Yeah, but with Ezreal already being OMG, they don't have to worry about it. They can just secure Mako Thresh. We talked a bit about it earlier. And it actually went through this ban phase as well. And that you just have too many things you have to worry about. Because if you give over the Kalista, you can just pair that up with so many of these engaged supports. You can even put the Set bottom lane. If you give over the Kog'Maw, there's Kog'Maw Lulu you have to worry about. And then if you just 4-pick Set now, or the Thresh now here for EDG, you got every AD carry you want to pair it up with. Even the Aphelios, which we have seen Viper favor so much beforehand in this meta.
Could definitely be that. You're right. There's so much that Viper now. The world is his oyster if he wants to pick anything he can possibly imagine. We'll have to be a bit careful. It is into a Nautilus, something that can easily get something that is incredibly immobile on his side. But right now, for the side of OMG, they have got a lot of skirmishing potential, and they continue to double down on that. The Trundle for Aki.
It's actually a bit of an EU thing to do. There's a lot of people who still feel like Trundle into the Xin Zhao can be favorable, because when Xin Zhao jumps into it, well, you just ult him and you just want to try and burst him down a little bit here. So that is going to be the stylistic to come through. Also does help, of course, with bursting out any tanks that you should have, but it is going to be Viper's Aphelios, and I'm starting to see a pattern to who you really want to play for here. Viper can just scale against the Ezreal, can go into the mid game, and that's what we're looking for. But then at the same time, Cream on his Sylas, looking to make some of these plays that we've seen from so many other LPL mid laners before him.
But it is going into Scout. Even if Scout is playing Lulu, it doesn't matter. Scout is an aggressive player, and he's got JJ to back him up, to buff him up when looking to fight against Cream on this Sylas, to slow down any potential that the Sylas can take over game that can be a nightmare. But I want to see, as you had said, the Trundle that Aki has try to be able to contend in these skirmishes against JJ on Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that, because with the Lulu obviously in a solo lane, it's never just for the Lulu itself. It's for the jungle instead. You're pairing up for the 2v2, so if you're able to get the priority, which you should with the ranged into melee matchup in the mid lane, you should be looking for some of these skirmish in the early game. You should be looking as an enchanter to try and buff up JJ on this Xin Zhao to try and get these leads. Try and steal away some camps. Take whatever you can in the early game to make sure you're always ahead of the curve, because when you lock it in Xin Zhao and Lulu, it needs to be played for, or else it's just gonna fall off the curve.
Could easily fall off, but at the same time, I don't know if JJ is going to fall off that easily. Not this EDG team. This team, they have played these fights so amazingly. From the 15 to the 25-minute mark, that is when they thrive. That is when they succeed. They get leads, sure, from their lanes, but once they all come together as one unit, nobody can stop them. Only recently did we finally see a team have the ability to stop EDG, but OMG, are you going to be able to double down on what the work that Top Esports had done before in this first game against Edward Gaming?
Well, at least we'd hope so. Damage profile from EDG here is still very much AD, so all the carries you're looking for is only going to be of one type, and that could benefit you as well when we go into these late game scenarios. It's not going to be too much to do about it in the early game, but once these Ninja Tab Eyes or plated steel caps, whichever you prefer, really starts to come through, once the 80 of armor starts getting stacked up on towards the Lee Sin, on the Trundle, it can be tough to deal with some of the backline, and we're going to be looking for some early scouting here in the early game. Looks like we're going to have a split map scenario come through.
I like this play from OMG, trying to see if they can at least find a bit of an edge over JJ, wanting to make sure that they're not going to have to worry too much about this Xin Zhao in the early game. Like I said, a lot of people have kind of fallen onto this Trundle to be a counter in some ways. It's not a true counter towards Xin Zhao, but it is something that can contend with them in these early skirmishes.
Yeah, it's basically just how the two junglers work here. Now we are onto a split map scenario where, because Trundle was able to get on towards the blue buff, JJ will have to do the same on his own on towards the other side of the map. And therefore, right now, the Trundle cannot play for top side. Neither can JJ play towards the bottom side of the map. I don't think you're too mad about that as EDG, really. I think if you play towards the top side of the map, it's perfectly fine. For Viper, yes, he's immobile on towards the Aphelios, but they started the slow push in the beginning, while Abel was helping take down the blue buff. Viper was tanking the minion wave so it would stack, go up against him, and then push slowly on towards him. So this Trundle being pushed down towards the bottom side of the map in the split map scenario cannot go on towards Viper. I love the adaptation from EDG. It's so intelligent when we watched him play. And JJ, he can still play towards the mid lane. He can still play towards the top side of the map. So really, they don't lose too much in this split map scenario. Actually, Aki wasn't able to deal with the wolf camp unless he left one. I think he might have done that.
I think based off
but
how much he
JJ can
has...
look for top side now.
Oh, are they going to look for a dive onto Nude this early on? There's not really that big of a minion wave. It would have been risky. But here's the interesting play from OMG. That early aggressive style, trying to see if they can bring cold into any fight where Aki is going to be. Unfortunately, it was beautifully read by the side of EDG, and now Cream himself is under threat with how low the flash in to make sure they get the polymorph, the flash away, but the help of the Raptors gets first blood for JJ Scout, barely surviving underneath the turret.
Yeah, that was a clutch play coming in there. JJ flashing on towards him, not trying to get the W down first, actually waiting for the flash to come through and sniping him over the wall on towards the Raptors. Nice proactive play. Up towards the top side, though.
Nude's looking for the solo play on a Flandre, trying to see if he can bait out the shield. He doesn't want the damage to flash away to make sure there's not going to be that solo kill for Nude top side.
And there we go. Coming through already with Nude, trying to accelerate some pressure on his own after being pushed in. Keeping it up here. Now, on towards the replay here. I love it from Scout. He flashes to polymorph Cream to make sure that he's not going to get any of the Killslayer healing. And it's actually just a little muffin dashing at the same time. Gets him with the W there from JJ. Just nice setup after they dodged the gank.
Using the W too to make sure that the wind becomes lightning, just to make sure that they aggro the Raptors so there's no way that Cream could escape from that play, because it was close. He was able to get over the wall. I think he accidentally activated his passive anyways, but you didn't know that as JJ, so you want to make sure you can secure it. As Cream, the moment he shows back up mid lane, he continues to try to battle against Scout, even despite being a level down.
Yeah, level down, minion wave pushing into it, but I mean, Cream, he's just accelerating the pressure. He can on towards this Silas. Still a lot of rolling potential. You get stunned as Lulu in this matchup, you're going to be losing that trade. So it comes down to actually just dodging the abscond and abduct, and if you're able to do that, well, you should be fine. But Cream, he's doing such a good job at finding the CC to win out in these trades.
Goldberg, isn't this why everyone has been so excited about Cream? Why myself, Munchables, we constantly are on this hype train because he's so fun to watch, even though he gets shoved out right here, almost gets cast a curse by myself. He is someone who will try at all points of a game to fight, even if he's behind.
I would have loved for him to dive just as you said that. Like, that would have been...
It would have been hilarious.
Coming in for that one.
Oh yeah, that would have been a good one.
Scout able to push in the mid lane now. Cream, obviously with no TP, will have to walk back and lose a little bit. Aki is going to be spotted on towards this ward. I wonder if Flandre is still going to try his luck and stay under the turret. There's no TP for anyone to help him. No one around.
He's got to get level 6 just in the nick of time to try to be able to fight back against Aki and Nu. Once they see that he's level 6, they bail. They understand that Set is a tricky champion to dive.
Yeah, and with that dive coming through, it's easy for JJ to start up here. The hook, though.
They're getting the cleanse out of Abel, but the damage back onto Mako. doesn't really seem to deter Viper. He's got a level lead. Mako as well. They are forcing this bot lane underneath the turret, and this is what we were talking about with EDG. Every one of their lanes is a powerhouse to worry about and have to be able to deal with.
That's the thing, and it looks like they're not done with Flandre. They're trying to get up here. He still has that ultimate, though.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Flandre getting the damage back onto both of them. The showstopper to drag back in new 1v2. You cannot stop the boss.
I'm not even sure why they tried that, but now they're vulnerable towards the bot side as well, and it looks like they're going for dive.
And this is it. This is the EDG strategy. Every single lane winning all at the same time. They have now gotten a huge spike, and they're continuing to make sure they lay down the law on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I mean, they can still go for this when Estrel's still around the area. It's JJ clearing out the Raptors, or Grumps rather. I wonder if they're going to go for a reset down towards the bottom or go for another dive. I think they're just going to reset. You can see the recalls are coming through, but Abel was quite low under that turret. Trade still happening in the mid lane with Cream, but it just seems like none of them are ever able to finalize it. And here we see it from Flandre's positioning. And I mean, he's probably just question mark pinging right now. Why are these guys coming into me? Aki can do nothing but tanking up. And as soon as New joins the fight, he's just getting suplexed and he's just out of there.
It was also so hesitant from OMG. It's almost like if you're going to go for the play, go for it on Flandre, because if you hesitate at all, you saw how Flandre was able to punish them. He essentially had the superhero movie style where the bad guys, they fight the superhero one at a time instead of all of them jumping and try to work together.
And there we go. I mean, yeah. It was hard for them to do it against Zed as well, because with the face breaker, with the haymaker, it's just a reason why you don't gank him, right? But nevertheless, it did happen. And now with Sensao having a huge shutdown on towards himself already, having gold to spend, he could go back and look for items, but OMG, they want to stop that. They want to make sure he can't get the reset before they can get an objective of their own.
This is smart calls from OMG to try to make sure they're not losing out too much, but unfortunately, EDG are already first to rotate as well. They bring up Mako. You can see Cold, he's on the way, but he's too far out to actually be able to provide assistance.
Yeah, and what you're looking for right now for JJ is getting that reset through. He haven't back for a while now. He's only sitting on towards the Phage and the Ruby Crystal, so I think he want to start finalizing some components here for this item, but with the members still sticking around, it's not going to look like that for a while, because as soon as JJ bags, they're just going to look for a play, but it's actually a fight going on here.
But it is also a fight with Scout nearby. He's easily able to make sure that JJ is perfectly safe, doesn't even have to expend a summoner spell to be able to get out of any fight. But now OMG, you've been able to get that wild growth. You need to make sure, like you said, that you can punish the fact that JJ still has yet to recall.
And that's the thing. That's why they keep looking for this one. They're so adamant at getting a skirmish around JJ to have it back, but he's not going to pay.
The team was not ready for Aki to get picked off like that. They were positioned. They wanted it, but they need to be more concise on how they want to be able to play, because now you have lost another objective over to EDG.
And once again, no top lane priority. Flandre is just there as the first mover. There was nothing for Aki to do. Viper just chilling for himself, waiting for a minion wave to be pushed into him towards the bottom side of the map. And it just seems like they can't be punished. As soon as Cold is down to this bottom lane again, Mako is going to be here as well. And you're back to an even map state, to a point where JJ now with this recall, with the Herald, can reset, get the Herald, or get the items rather, and then look for a place to pick down this Herald.
That is exactly what they're going to do. I feel like what we'll see from EDG is go bot lane, get Viper into a better position, because they're already winning mid lane. They're already winning top side completely. 2-0, 2-0, 1 assist for Scout, who's forcing Cream back at all times. Cream wants to fight, but you cannot fight against them. The Glitter Lance won't connect that time around, but Scout on Lulu nearly solo killing this new mid laner player. The bot lane, these fights from EDG, they just continue to try to exert this control all over the map. It gets 2 TPs out. They will lose Mako in the fight. It's an easy follow-up in from New.
Yeah, make it no flash, but at what cost here? Because New had to TP down here. Flandre is going to get so many plates for himself up towards the top side of the map. A TP in the mid's not going to matter too much. Luckily, Aki was there to pick it up, but I think at the top side of the map, Flandre just picking away these plates is going to be the big grudge you're going up against here. That's just going to be so much net gold to himself, and you're going to be trading that. The kill that you're going to be getting is going to be outvalued by the minion wave and the 2 plates Flandre is just able to pick up. He still has the TP. Herald is still active. You can move Flandre down for the Drake now. You can TP him down for fight around mid. There's so many possibilities for EDG.
And now they go mid lane. They see that Cream's an easy target, trying to make sure that they can kill him before he's able to escape. Even with the wild growth, he dies. Aki had a little bit of a fight, but just not enough damage. He's a level down to JJ. They even have the Eye of the Rift Herald if they want to pop it and take more plates away from OMG.
And it's just so tough for them to play in. With the mid lane priority, they can actually just move it down towards the bottom side of the map where they can look to take over more. And it looks like that's what they're going to be trying to do. Viper coming in with a stacked wave. This team is just so coordinated. Remember, Flandre still has TP as well.
And this is what I was about to say before they got the pick onto Mako, is I expected EDG to play around Viper, to play around Mako in this bottom half of the map, because it was the one lane that did not have a massive, sizable lead. Well, now they definitely do.
And they opted in for a split map themselves in the early game, something that really cost News on the top side of the map. They weren't able to get anything done towards the bottom side of the map, and they're not done with the skirmishing. This is EDG Magical.
This is EDG. This is EDG winning decisively at every single stage of this game, and we are only 13 minutes into it, Goldberg. The turret blades haven't even despawned. They kill Mako again, but it almost feels like they're just bullying him so they can have a little bit of pocket change.
Yeah, and if anyone has to die from the side of EDG, you don't mind it being Mako. It doesn't really offer too much just yet. He's there to save the rest of his members with a Dark Passage, getting the disengage with a play or the hook. And obviously you're happy about the kill as OMG, but that kill is not gonna be what gets you back into this game. You need more skirmishes like that. You need more picks, and right now it's so hard for them to get. They're trying to do it on the top side of the map, but
on
side is up here as well.
That's going to be the showstopper away, and he's got the backup of Viper, dude, to make sure that they're going to be able to escape. Even though he took so much damage from the turret, the bot lane of EDG should be able to fall and topple yet another structure of OMG.
And there we go. This should just be another turret for them to come through, unless Cream could do anything about it. 4 members are making their way up here.
Oh, and Flandre just TP'd into the bot lane. OMG, if they realize that they don't have to worry about the backup of the top laner from EDG, they could get this. They have to play on to JJ as he base check into the Pixel Brush, takes so much damage. Not going to be able to go the land, but they got the damage to make sure he's locked down, and a second kill for Cream.
And this is what you're looking for, a small overextension from EDG, and you punish on it immediately. Viper, though, will still be able to get this top turret, but that top turret was already toast as soon as Flandre started picking it down. So OMG still finding some sort of way to try and pick up gold in towards this game, but remember, 4K down at the moment, 3 minutes on towards... Okay, yeah.
OMG have been down before. They have been way down in gold. Think about the WE series, that game 3. How far behind were they? Yet they still were able to win the series. And here, they were able to get shut down gold for Cream over Shay. I feel like these are the moments that EDG have to be so cautious about against OMG, because if they just give an inch, OMG will make it a mile.
They really will. It comes down to them finding their spikes on towards their champions as well. You're still waiting for one more on towards Cream and Abel. And as soon as you get that, it's all about finding that kick potential. With a kick from Nude or towards
JJ. They got a lot of damage on top of him. It's going to be a huge charge, but they got the kill in for both bot laners of EDG. Abel trying to be able to escape this one, but the polymorph fake sure it's a double kill for Viper. Aki, he cannot do anything but watch.
And this is why EDG had that gold stat we looked at in the beginning. By 15 minutes, they're up 1,200. By 25 minutes, it's doubled. And this is how they do it. They keep finding these skirmishes. I will say, though, at the same time, OMG, they're opting into it. They seem very desperate at finding some of these fights, and they're not done.
Oh, not at all. Aki thought he could save the turret. The structure is long forlorn. You can't do anything. The TP in from Cream, he might be able to showstopper his way into the backline as well, but he's going to drag Flandre away and having to flash because he's noticed everyone of EDG is here. Kareem cannot escape from Flandre.
And it's only 16 minutes into the game, but it just feels like they've taken over the Baron pit here. This is going to be the Rift Herald going down as well. And a team that's ahead with the second Rift Herald usually is quite good. But this time around, when you're this far ahead, when you're able to win out fights like this, it's just going to get even worse. You can start fights whenever you feel like it. And this is just lovely for Viper. He loved this scenario where he's just able to dish out free damage in the background. You can see he goes completely untouched. Everything is going down to JJ. It's going down to Scout and Viper free hitting with those 200 years in the back line.
You let that 200 years smack you in the face like that, and there's nothing you can do. Viper, you got it. The thing is, think about this, Goldberg. You focus Viper, then you're leaving JJ alone. You focus JJ, like we saw in that fight, then Viper is left alone. It is so difficult for the target selection of OMG. They have to burst down these members before these fights truly commence.
And that's the problem right now. You can see they're also very desperate. They're starting to look for other ways to get back into this game. And I can respect it, because right now, you're not going to be able to just win a full-blown 5-on-5. You need to be a little bit creative. You need to get a bit of cheese to actually get back into this one. But the problem is right now, EDG, they're not falling for any of the traps.
Not at all. This cheese is melting fast. Abel cannot escape from JJ. I think they just wanted to get the kill to Scout, but wind became lightning and it flashed in the pan in front of Abel. They even popped the eye mid lane. They're looking to crack this base 18 minutes in.
That's the thing, and they're just going to keep going. Like, there is not a lot of wave clear either onto the side.
Are they going to be able to? No.
OMG.
No. Are they just going
to try?
No, they're not going to try. Are they? Look at Cream. Cream can't get in. That's going to be a secondary charge onto Nexus Tower from the Rift Herald. New was able to show up, but he had to dash back away. EDG, I thought they were going to try to see if they could go for the record in this split for fastest game, but they don't have to. They have nearly a 10,000 gold lead, and we are not even 20 minutes in.
I wonder if OMG can try and get a pick off here. Nope, even Flandre realizes this, and I love this. Usually a lot of top laners would just keep pushing this while the rest of his team is taking Drake, but realistically speaking, if OMG is never going to contest a Drake, they only have one play they can go for, and that play is going to be the top side of the map. So Flandre, realizing this immediately, is just backing off, and with the reset to come through in just a bit here, I can't see much stopping EDG for just trying to go for Baron as soon as it spawns. You get the right guns, the white and the red one, onto what the Aphelios, when this starts, you can just shred it immediately.
I almost feel bad for OMG in this game because you can tell there is a lot of vengeance from EDG from their loss against Top Esports, denying them the perfect split. They're taking it out on poor OMG by absolutely annihilating them at almost every point in this first game.
It's just so tough for them to strike back, because even if you want to look for Flandre Raiho's weak siding, the vision is just there for them. Everything is there to make sure OMG is not going to be able to look for anything, but Mako's going to look for something.
They're gonna all look for something. Aki, he's got the protection of cold, but cold is not really hot this game. They had to completely bail, and now this could be the final fight already. Just at the 20-minute mark, EDG are threatening to end this game. They already are posturing like they want to win.
I feel like they're rushing a bit here, EDG. Yes, it's 20 minutes into the game. Yes, you're this far ahead, but you're not going to be able to deal with those Nexus turrets just yet. You need more pressure. You need more winning waves to come in.
Ooh, they look like they wanted to deal with Cream. They had popped the battle song, but instead, they're just going to turn back, continue to get more and more gold, push back in OMG, back again towards another inhibitor turret, this time the bot lane.
It's just so tough for OMG. At least they're getting some extra gold value from the super minion. So every time one of these super minions come in, if you want to push some extra gold into someone, well, that's 390 gold that you're getting. That you would normally just have been a normal minion wave, of course. So that is at least a silver lining you get there for OMG. But let's be honest, they're 10,000 gold behind. 21 minutes into the game. This is all on EDG to make a mistake. There is nothing OMG can do out of their own to get back into this game. They obviously they need to find the correct catch. Obviously they need to get one of these shutdowns, one of these key members. But EDG is making it so damn hard. It would be a mistake for EDG to do it.
It would be a mistake from EDG, but it would look fun. It would look flashy, and it would look crazy. Here, they're just making sure that they can push back in. OMG who feel forced to look for a fight, but you cannot feel forced to look for a fight against this EDG, not when they're this far ahead. New felt the brunt of the damage, and now Flandre looking to be able to drag back in Abel. Abel is just forced completely away, and he can do nothing. Aki, Cream, the mid lane duo that has been tearing apart the LPL are getting torn apart themselves. EDG at 22 minutes into the game. They don't even need a Baron to be able to win this one outright. Cream trying to be able to escape from Viper, but he's killed at the steps of his own fountain, and game one is picked up by EDG.
Just an absolute crazy first game we get here from EDG. We thought this might have been close. We were talking about how both teams here excel in some of these team fight scenarios. Well, OMG, they never got to a point where they were capable of team fighting. EDG with an iron grip just take over every minute and second of that game. There's nothing for OMG to get.
That game was pretty much a showcase of why EDG are, probably without a doubt, one of the best teams that we see in the LPL. Even after their loss against Top Esports, you can see how they're able to bounce back from a loss where both games went to 40 minutes in that series. Here, they just put on a showcase of how to play early, how to get these leads, and how to snowball where nobody can touch them.
And that's what we talked about in the pre-game about EDG as well. Of course, we didn't expect it to be this soon into the game when it was happening. But just take a look at that goal difference over time. Just take a look at that minute mark. We're looking at 22 minutes into the game. And this was the outcome. There is no stopping them at any point in time. Yeah, it looked like at points they were getting caught off guard, but they kept turning that around. I think JJ was the only one who made a mistake around the top side of the map where they overstayed, and outside of that, there were no other plays for OMG to punish. It was just EDG from the get-go taking over the game, and you can see it from the goal graph. The damage not even that high, because we're only 22 minutes into the game. We haven't gotten to a point where you can get past that 20k damage minute mark, whatever you want to call it.
And I think this is why EDG are the best team right now, is even with JJ getting caught out, even with the mistake, every other lane was winning. Every lane for EDG was able to get their own leads that it didn't matter. So when they were able to regroup as one unit, there was nothing OMG could do.
And yeah, you said it yourself, there's just nothing they can do. They need to find better early game leverage. Going into the next game, let's be real, that Trundle pick, it sucked. There is nothing for it to do. It never got what it wanted out from the out against the Sinsao matchup. Usually the idea of that matchup is that, okay, I'll scale better than you because when you jump in, I'll steal your resistance. Well, newsflash, you're not going to be able to scale if he just takes over the entirety of that early game together with the Lulu. So either you deny it or you go for some other early game picks to actually make use of it. The split map scenario that happened for OMG didn't work out for them either. They wanted to play bot side, well that just helped the side of EDG who could just play towards the top side for Flandre. Everything OMG tried in the early game just went wrong, and they need to go back to the drawing board.
And the drawing board, they'll have plenty of time because we got a break all lined up. We'll be back for game number 2 between EDG and OMG, so stick around. We'll be back.
那时候还是打对抗的，应该是去年吧，就从去年开始当队长的吧。性格也比以前成熟很多。我觉得我坚持这么久的原因，可能是还没达到我自己想要的目标吧，就世界冠军啊。
今天谁是啊？应该不是我。
今天谁不能 C 啊？今天应该是梅口 C 吧。
我跟露露差不多，看看看。
高级啊！可以，慢点，大嘴，可以打，这个我能想一看，这，可以，看一下，反了，可以闪开吗？哎， 我秒变，我秒变。
这里也看到了 Mako 也是完成了自己的一个 milestone， 里程碑来到了6000助攻，是 LPL 的 No.1。
对以前的自己的话，我觉得是，我觉得你做得很好吧，然后继续加油。对未来自己的话，就是感觉要做得比之前更好吧。
下一场打 OMG 的话，他们比较偏向冲阵的阵容吧，就是他们中路选手也喜欢玩刺客英雄，所以大部分都是5个人冲击手的这种阵容吧。我觉得对于我们来说都有加强的点吧，就是前中后期都可以再进步一点。
Welcome back into the LPL. Game 1 EDG, they clearly understood OMG. And Scout, he even showed that they understand what their style is, which is diving into the backline, and they made sure they pinpointed Cream. There's not very many of those assassins left for him to play.
Yeah, it just felt like there wasn't really much dive from the first time of OMG. I think draft needs to be completely different from what we saw in the first game. We talked a bit about it ourselves, obviously, early as well. The Trundle, Lee Sin prior over the set prior, it just felt like Flandre on the set had way more impact on the Lee Sin than New. Yes, there were one point in time where New were close to get a solo kill, but outside of that, there never really happened much from the pick. It seems like they just need more gas in the tank, specifically for the early game if they want to stay relevant, because if you give EDG a lead and they're just able to take everything from you rather, apparently they're just able to close out the game in 22 minutes.
Not surprising, because we've seen that consistently from EDG, and I gotta want to go into the MVP of this game, because with how EDG play, it is difficult sometimes to be able to pinpoint who's going to get the MVP. But in this game, it is going to be JJ who's able to take that MVP. They built a comp around facilitating the Xin Xiao. They got Xin Xiao and Lulu. It is one of those comps that every jungler loves to have happen for them.
Yeah, I love this. And obviously in the LPL, we love the early skirmishes. The fact that we can see JJ go on to the Watts of Xin Xiao, just take over the jungle with the Lulu picks, go for crazy dives like this, is the reason we love LPL. It's the reason we love watching players like JJ just popping off. And he was everywhere on the map, ready to facilitate either ganks for himself, dives down towards the bottom side of the map, fights towards the river, the objective control he got. Most of the time, he always soloed the Drakes, and there was nothing for them to get. JJ just did a phenomenal job at keeping his team ahead in this game, and he was for sure a facilitator of this snowball. Despite getting caught like this, he just kept the team in the early game ready for Viper to pop off in fights like this. So it's the fact that he could attack in the early game, but he could also protect towards the late game to be a stable frontliner for his team.
Yeah, it was only that one misstep where he got caught out at the pixel brush, but after that, it seemed like he was able to bounce back immediately. And even if you think about it, when he got caught out, he kind of needed to spend all that gold anyway, so he's like, oh cool, I get a recall. Now I can spend all this gold, and he slapped the face of everyone in front of him with his wallet.
For sure, and there is nothing for OMG to do. I'm sure OMG has more in them. So many times in the LPL has we seen a team just completely dumpster the first game and then take over for the rest of the series and reverse sweep. We saw it with Rare Atom and JDG not too long ago either. We see it countless times in our league. Yeah, it's actually, well, there we go. And it's just the fact that I don't think OMG can be counted out just yet. I think they need to come in with a new draft specifically that's fitting them, because we heard EDG talk about OMG. They're very much about that backline dive. They're very much about outplaying you in the team fights. They're not able to do that with their composition. They need to get something done, and they need to remove more priority picks from the side of EDG, because if you looked at that comp, it screamed EDG to you. Viper on towards the Aphelios, Mako on the Thresh, Flandre on the set, JJ on the Xin Xiao, and then Scout on the Lulu. That was only his second game, but still, it's the fact they're able to get away with it.
They can get away with it, and even still, Scout was able to play it aggressively. He nearly solo killed Cream a couple times, even though Cream almost solo killed him a couple times. It was the back and forth that surprises a lot of people when you see how a Sylas or Lulu matchup normally is, which is passive, not really wanting to interact. They did not play that way. They played aggressively, wanting to see if they can get kills. And here, going into this game, you want to see change. Well, OMG is going to be on the red side. They are changing things up slightly, and I like this because now they are in a position to be able to counter their opponents, especially try to see if they can get the counter for mid.
Yeah, I think if you want to get rid of something, maybe you just get rid of the Lulu. We saw what impact that had in the earlier draft, where not only did they have to try and ban away, not ban away, but not only did they have to deal with the Lulus and Sao in the second ban phase, they also had to ban a Cockmore just because of how much threat this Lulu have, the flex potential, how potent she is on different side of the map, and in what she does. Or you can start attacking them a bit more on the aggressive front as well. Diana went through in the pick ban. We've seen Cream go on to the Diana Yasuo composition before. Maybe you need to have higher pick priority on towards the set. Really did not work out for you playing into that. I think that we just need a completely different OMG going into this next game.
And that's one of the things we see them on red side, but I want to see the bans. How they change the bans going in and approaching this game. Because when they were on blue, Gwen, Karma, Volibear. Those were their 3 bans, and then they first picked that Lee Sin, where the Lee Sin, I can understand wanting to deny that from EDG, because we have seen them play incredibly well with that champion alone. I need to see them do more to be able to really pick apart the side of EDG. The Volibear was one of those ones. I know JJ's played that the most. That's his most played champion in this split, but I feel like that's one of those bans that you just don't necessarily have to prioritize that immediately.
No, I also think now on red side, you can leave counters open a bit more, try to set yourself off a bit better, rather than just being the first one to lock in a lot of this stuff. Lulu Sin Sao came out of nowhere for them. They didn't really have a clear way to counter it. With the Lee Sin, there's not really anything to play for. They didn't know what champion they were going up against. And as soon as he was going up against the set, it's the same kind of story, really. So with this next pick and ban phase coming in towards it, I mean, just leave more open, more counters. Just get more priority, because it was so tough for Aki. Yes, he was under Trundle, but it was still tough for him to be facilitated in any way, shape, or form, because all his laners was pushed in. There's nothing for him to do.
And look at this. Being on red side, this time they banned that Xin Zhao. They do not want the Lulu Xin Zhao combination once again, but they still banned Karma. Volibear left open, Set, Lee Sin, Nocturne. All these champions come into my mind immediately that are wide open for either team to be able to take.
And it's still the same bats to come out from EDG as well, so obviously Renekton is one of those better matchups in towards the set, but he's just been perma-banned on towards LPL, obviously. Historically seen a lot of play here, so Set coming in as the first pick, and I think that's quite reasonable to do. It does leave up open a lot of AP junglers to pair it up with, and I'd prefer the Diana from what we've seen recently. Rumble with some of the changes obviously are falling out a bit, and it seems like Diana is just a bit easier for a lot of the LPL teams to snowball with, but obviously not a bad champion, not something that's bad to pair up with, but it does leave open for EDG to pick up the Diana set composition themselves.
Yeah, I would have personally been a bigger fan of seeing Aki onto that Diana. The Rumble, while it is his second most played champion behind Xin Zhao, I think that they've had such great success when you have the Wombo combo. The Diana followed up by something else, something that can make sure they can really drive the forces home to be able to pick apart anybody, especially EDG. You have to be able to pick them apart, because now they have these tools to have that fun composition, the Lee Sin kick into the Diana, immediate moonfall on it, the Wombo combo, even a set on top of that as well to draw everyone on top of one another.
God, this top side of the map from EDG is just so damn OP. Like, this is S tier on S tier on S tier to come through. Obviously, OMG still has stuff to play for themselves with the vehicle, but it's not the same kind of setup. The movement you can get from Diana to get in towards this one, the setup there is when you gang a set line, the mixed damage, the tanking capabilities if you want to pull off a dive is just going to be absolutely huge. And now, they want to go for the Ezreal again for Abel, still, of course, one of the most stable ADs when you're playing for the top side of the map, but this time around, they need to pinpoint the champion pool a bit further for the bot lane of EDG, and they're starting by removing the Thresh of Mako, which I think should have done ages ago in the other game as well.
I agree. They make sure they understand that they have to actually hurt the bot lane. They cannot let Viper and Mako dominate them once again. This Ezreal especially is going to struggle into so many of the different picks that Viper has. He is an historic ADC. He has so many different champions that he can play to such an incredible degree that Varus is the one that still is standing out to me. Now, without that Thresh, not expecting to see the Aphelios, I'm expecting it to be something to bully Abel in lane.
Yeah, but I mean, Varus is still up and available. The Lulu Cockmore is still up and available if that's what you're gonna for. The Braum obviously will still be fine into as an disengaging champion as well, paired up with any ADC. And it's just the fact that EDG right now has gotten 3 huge priority picks on towards themselves, and they can still pick S tiers down towards the bottom side with the Nautilus Warriors, with the not Thresh Warriors, but the Bronze Warriors as well. OMG though, they are going to finalize the top side of the map here. It's going to be the Aatrox together with the Viego to kind of brawl up here in the early game, but it's still kind of hard. It's going to be interesting to see what EDG will finalize for that bot lane here.
Yeah, this Aatrox set matchup is one of skill, one that you're trying to see if you can bully and win out, but it is going to be on a knife's edge that is not necessarily easy for New to be able to beat Flandre in. Well, he could try to be able to get that early play to try to see if he can take over and lay down a kingdom in the top lane. It is going to be tricky because all across the board, you can see that EDG are trying to be able to win out in the early stages. They can win out if they can just take control of the laning phase like they always do.
Okay, Alistar to come in here as a bit of disengage, still fine. You can knock some of them away and keep them knocked up in a group scenario, but you need to snowball your solo lanes as OMG here, because if you just don't go even in towards the composition of EDG, they only want to do one thing. They want to dive your backline, and they want to jump in as 5, because they're capable of doing that. On the other side of OMG, you have the Ezreal that's obviously going to be able to poke down a bit, but if no one is there to make sure he's going to get to that point of the game, if no one is there to make sure the Aatrox stays even and is still an annoying frontliner together with the Viego, it's just going to go south real quick.
It is, even with the potential for OMG to have a lot of their champions do well with 2 items. We've seen this kind of composition before that struggles into a composition that either pokes them or, in this case, dives them over and over again. Rinse and repeat, trying to make sure that no matter what, OMG won't even be able to get to that power spike, the items that they need, like you said, to snowball out of control. It just might not happen if they are not the ones making the proactive plays initially.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. This game is going to be all about proactivity, at least for the side of OMG. EDG, honestly, they're quite happy about letting the bot lane scale in towards each other. That's usually what we've seen historically with the Kai'Sa going in towards the Ezreal as well. The idea is that Ezreal doesn't do much in the laning phase. Often you pick him so the support can roam around. You know what? That's perfect. We'll just pick a scaling AD carry into it. So he'll, as soon as we get out of laning phase, she'll have more impact, and that's what you've gone for as well. EDG here, just like this is patch 11.12 in that composition right now.
That it is. They have pretty much drafted to a T when it comes to what this patch has, the power that it enables all of these champions, and they want to exert that power onto the Rift in Game 2 over OMG to slap them back, teach them a lesson, and tell them that they do not belong in the top. The top belongs purely to EDG.
And once again, there is still obviously potential from the side of OMG. They do have some pick potential with the Alistar, with the CC you can get out of Cream.
Ooh, he was
needs
playing
to be a
with
bit careful as
fire
well.
there. It was looking a little risky there, but he is going to be safe. He is just constantly trying to see if he can utilize that Blade of the Ruined King, poking out at anyone who might be in the brush, but nobody's there. Now he's called for the reinforcements. Cold, Abel are both here trying to see if they can escape. JJ had actually peeled off for the time being. The flash coming in from Cold to be able to survive. The Cream, the Blast Cone, it might not be in time. He finally was able to get to it to survive, but at what cost?
That's a huge disaster for Cream. His laning phase is going to be so botched now. Viper and Mako even healing off towards Abel.
Oh man, Abel having to flash. Finally a summoner spent on the side of the spot lane. They got the one out of Cold, but now out of Abel. And look at Flandre. Every lane of EDG is exerting full control over OMG. New now, he has to be so cautious facing off against this set.
Everything that could go wrong for AMG just went wrong there. I mean, the only thing that could have been worse was someone getting first, but of course, Nude needs to be a bit careful with this trading pattern.
Speaking of first blood right now, Nude had to flash away. You nearly cast or cursed it this time.
I mean, I genuinely thought New was just going to die there. He went very greedy going up on towards this one. Creams had to TP back already. And he didn't even TP with all of his HP because he had to TP quickly, or else he was going to lose too much XP from this one as well. EDG from the get-go is just accelerating all the pressure they can on the map, and it's coming individually from their own agency.
It is. That's 2 TPs now for OMG used just to get back into lane, just so they're not hemorrhaging that much against EDG. But you can see Flandre says, all right, New, you're back in the lane. Welcome. Welcome to the Brawl Club, the Fight Club top lane. All he's ever going to look to do is deny anything New might be able to pick up.
Here's the problem, though. If any of these laners die, they don't have TP. They're going to be losing so much.
Speaking of that, Cream just wanted to escape. Going to be the follow-up of the Sonic Wave coming in from Scout to force off Cream. Wait a minute, he's continuing this. He knows there's no flash, and oh, there it is. He will be able to get over the wall just barely.
Yeah, and he was able to do that. Meanwhile, that happened. Mako was actually tanking that minion wave you see right now to make sure that Scout was not going to lose anything whatsoever. Really nice coming out from Mako. And that also means Cream. Not only did he lose his flash and had to back, he's losing so many resources in the mid lane at the same time. Remember, no TP. And up towards the top side of the map, JJ is looking for New with no summoners either.
This whole time, JJ's just been able to clear out his jungle without any worries, without any problems, and now finally being able to show up somewhere. It's the top lane, flashing away from the Eternal Chain so they can pick up first blood and gift it over this jungler.
And there we go. Really easy pickings coming through from that one. And there's nothing for New to do here. He's just no summoners, nothing to go for. It's all ending. And now, with no TP being up for him either, he's not going to be able to pick up this wave.
No, this draft, they drafted the Aatrox as the skill answer into set, hoping that it was going to be on to New, knowing how to play this Aatrox into this matchup, and it has gone horribly for OMG. He is so far behind, even if it's only an assist for Flandre. He doesn't care. He gave gold to the AP damage, their Diana, to make sure that JJ is going to be completely out of control.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, Scout did just TP back a couple of minutes ago and did get forced out fairly low, but with him being able to reset on an even wave state, he should be able to pick up his first item going in towards this one. And I'd love to compare the items between him and Cream when it finally happens, because Cream right now, obviously only sitting on the Doran's together with the Cole, while Scout, he's got 1600 in the inventory and still hasn't backed just yet.
So this is actually what is a little curious for me with OMG. The fact that that call pickup for Cream, they're trying to see if they can get these items still. They understand that this early game, these first few minutes, have been absolutely miserable for them. Yet if they can somehow get this ability to hold on, if they just don't die too much, if that first death in the top lane is the only one they suffer, they will have an ability when they get these item spikes to contend against EDG.
Here's the thing, though, that first step shouldn't be the last either, just due to the fact that it's still going to be 1 minute at least before that flash is up and available. The minion wave is pushing through, so Flandre, yes, it's a big minion wave, but he could freeze it right here. He could just force a play onto New.
Oh, no. He doesn't have flash, doesn't have World Ender, and this damage in from JJ and Flandre in tandem is an easy second kill.
And I pity him. I really do. There's not much you can do in that situation. Set here, together with the Diana, there's a reason this composition is picked so often. Because it's just so potent together with how easy the setup is. That's what you're lacking right now for OMG, and we talked about it. Their composition, they need to snowball, because they're just going to get out-scaled already by the EDG team comp. They have so many S-tier champions in their composition.
This is where, as an OMG fan, even though I'm an EDG fan as well, it's like watching my two children fight, but I want it to be close. I want this game to be back and forth, but here it just looks like EDG, they understand how OMG want to play at all times, and they're able to get everything they ever could want out of every play.
Yeah, even when they're screwing up a little bit, like not hitting the Crescent Strike or the kick there, they're still losing out on the side of OMG. Cream, forced to back once again, had to use the Heartbreaker to get out. Doesn't have TP, is going to lose another wave. And it's all these small margins that keep stacking up as well for the side of EG to get them these leads. They're getting leads even if they're not getting kills.
And sometimes that's what's the making of a best team, a great team, a successful team, is even if you don't get the kills, you know how to play from there. You force out Cream, so you get more control for Scout. You can rotate around. You can get control of the river like they've had at this moment to make sure they can always secure every objective away and strangle the life out of OMG.
And that's the thing, and they're going to be looking for it now with appears to be Yaki's first roam. We can see Cream on the minimap as well is in picture now and is moving up as well. Let's see if they can pull off a dive against Flandre.
Isn't that familiar? That sounds like something we saw last game. A 2v1 situation that Flandre was able to turn around immediately from there. I'm glad that OMG peel back off there because Flandre just isn't the target.
They're trying to look for a blue buff instead, but I think even then, if you stay around, you're not going to be winning.
Oh, speaking of winning bot lane, there's a big fight happening back and forth. The level 8 came in for the side of OMG. They're getting a lot of damage back onto Viper. Viper's got to be careful, trying to see if they can turn it back around on a Mako. They've got Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot. They got the knock-up combo, but the turret, it turns it around. Viper's able to get the kill onto Cold, and Abel, he can't do anything from here.
Nothing's going right for them. Even when it's looking to be good down in that 2v2, the overextension comes through, and I can't help but feel bad for them, you know? Obviously, EDG's draft is already superior. It's easier to play it out, but the fact that the small margins like this is happening as well, it's... oh no. It's just not working out for them, is it?
It's not, and this is showing us why EDG are truly the best in the league. They know how to draft, they know how to play at every stage. Bot lane being able to kite that back and punish Cold's overextension. So now bot lane, even if that was the closest lane for OMG, now it is done and dusted. Mid lane now have no control. Top lane, no control. Jungle, no control. So they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they could possibly do to drag back this game.
Well, it looks like at least they're going to be getting a Drake for themselves while JJ is busy taking over the Rift Herald. What kind of sucks though is that they're never, or there might be, but they're not going to be in position where they can capitalize on the next Drake. JJ, with this Rift Herald, can just be looking for gang up towards the top side of the map, and I don't think New can do anything about it. He just have to back off.
I don't even know if it's necessarily a gank, just taking the turret, but New decided to show back up with the World Ender. He had a lot of damage onto Flandre, forced to use the Haymaker Punch to be able to survive, but Cream's going to be able to get the stun on top of him to take him down. So now OMG getting this kill mid lane to help out their mid laner, who has been so crucial to their success in the past. They might even be able to make this play on to scout mid lane as well. Cold going to be able to get the knockback with the headbutt pulverize on top of an equalizer. Cream's on the other side, perfect to be able to catch Scout.
And here we go, all of a sudden OMG remains competitive. They're using a lot of resources to make this work, but Abel is still going to be able to pick up farm here unless he's getting dived by Mako and Viper, which I don't think they can do. There's a lot of members coming in here as well.
This is a big turnaround for OMG, even if it's pittance, even if it's so minor and so small. Any gold that they could possibly gain and gather for Aki, for Cream, is going to allow them to get this game back. And if they can continue to make these plays, punish EDG, there is that possibility that they can actually pass them in terms of items so they can actually be able to scale up into this game.
100%, and you know, 11 minutes into the game, only 2k behind. We've seen a lot worse. Rift Elder will get dropped down towards the mid lane. I don't think they'll be able to open it up just yet. It's actually going to come close. That's just gone.
Three members of EDG, just having Scout, Flandre, and JJ both, well, all three of them be able to wail away on that structure was enough to make sure they could secure that turret, and that is going to open up a lot for EDG.
It most definitely is. We talk about mid lane turret being the first outer turret opened up so many times. It just allows you to get so much pressure in the mid lane. You can push up further, which is going to allow you to move in further to the top side of the jungle, still have a safe path out, and the same is said for the bot side of the map, obviously. So now you can start pinching down these outer turrets. Now you can start looking for dives in the side lanes where you're able to push in the mid lane and then just move up. And you can see they adapt with this as well, with Flandre now moving into the mid lane, him being the facilitator, pushing in the mid lane, and then he can be the one moving out to a side lane.
And here it seems that from that play, EDG was a small little stumble with these kills picked up by OMG. They have moved back to control the jungle, control everything that OMG might hold near and dear.
But they can still keep the game state a bit even. At least they should just be looking to not handshake any of the fights that's coming through from EDG right now. Because yeah, they started getting a bit ahead, but I don't think as OMG right now that you're winning unless you've got a man advantage, and that's what's making this game so hard for them right now. Beforehand, they were able to capitalize on a dive due to there being a TP coming through from Cream, but right now your TP is down. Right now your mid lane is being pushed in, and right now the pressure is on OMG due to EDG just having so much more on the map right now. So mid lane pushed in, let's see where Flandre goes. Looks like he's going to be looking for the top side of the map here.
Good look to be able to go for yet another dive on Tanu. He has the World Ender available, but here are a lot of big spikes for EDG. You can see that they're getting a lot of these mythics completed, and they're wanting to be able to find some sort of play to kill off members like Nu, who are fairly squishy and fairly easy to execute, even underneath the turret. It might be turned around, nice Haymaker shield, but Aki, perfect placement to be able to make it a 1-for-1.
You 100% take those. If you can trade even, that's perfectly fine in this case scenario. You just want to be able to chase shutdown. You just want to be able to stay relevant. And EDG not making a play with JJ there. Had he been up there, it should have been a clear-cut case for sure. But he is around this Drake area. Drake is spawning in 1 minute. And with JJ not having shown on the map, it's hard for Able to walk up on the next minion wave unless there's someone else to keep him to safety. Just because of how strong this Diana is right now.
Yeah, but Diana is going to be the biggest worry for OMG, which makes me wonder that if OMG are able to find JJ out of position, be able to punish this, could that be a way for them to now take control of their jungle and push back? Because you take a look at this replay, Aki's actually a fair distance away.
Yeah, but I feel like the problem here is that you're creating a play where you want to move the pressure up after having pressure in the mid lane, but you're not coming up here with your jungler, where it's way easier to respond if you're OMG here. You already cleared the bot side of the map. You didn't have the proper vision from EDG right now that you get from having mid lane already taken down. It feels like EDG are rushing some of these plays. You could have pushed in mid, could have used it for vision, could have waited for JJ to clear his bot side of the map to wait him to be up there for the top side as well. It's not like the wave state is going to change just because that OMG backs off a little bit, because you're still very much ahead. You're still the one dictating the pace of the game.
Right, and that's where I'm feeling like OMG, if they are able to continually exploit EDG, maybe just making these small, minute mistakes, just not positioning, not bringing up enough members, they might be able to drag back more and more of these leads, because you can see the call is finished for Cream. Wow, Viper, oh man. Viper is just, he's on another level.
Yeah, I guess he just found that solo kill out of nowhere. Once Cream shows topside of the map, there's nothing stopping them from keep pushing this bot lane in further. You can see already in the mid lane, Flandre making the call to just shove it up. After that, he could be moving down towards this bottom side of the map where they could be looking for a dive, but he's actually just going to go look for Cream instead.
Yeah, he wants to be able to get the kill there while Scout... Oh, what? Oh, jeez, what happened? we started talking a little bit about macro, a little bit about analysis, and suddenly 2 solo kills for EDG take place.
Yeah, we talk about how Scout doesn't have the highest kill participation of all the mid laners in the league. Well, it's easy when, you know, people are just finding solo kills instead. So Solo Bolo's coming in for a few of EDG's members here. They pick up the Drake, they pick up the bot lane turret, they pick up the top side turret, and now all outer turrets are gone. Rift Hell is up for the taking as well. And yeah, Viper, it's just a straight up solo kill. He just ults onto it.
And that damage in from him too. Far more than I was expecting. Here we go, the solo kill from Scout onto Nu. It's just, they just know that they're far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to analyze. It's just normal combos coming through. But as you said, like, they're just so far ahead. Everything is connecting, and when the members of OMG, especially Aki, are so busy trying to just, you know, put bandages of all sides of the map, some other places are going to be left open, and they are going to be that weak side. Going for a solo kill, though, that's just EDG styling on them.
It is. This game went suddenly from a 3,000 to 6,000, make it even more. Cream trying to be able to get away, but this is what you wanted to see. They brought JJ in, and now they can execute a clean dive.
Yeah, the comps was probably we need to stop trolling a bit here, guys, after going for so many dives where you trade even, and once the Drake come through, once the outer turret has fallen, once this Rift Hell is going down, I mean, there should be nothing stopping them from trying to reenact what we saw in Game 1, where you just see them go for these instantaneous fight with all their backline right now, and they can go for it. You see how fed they are in the item department. They can skirmish basically everything.
This game was close for a moment. It seemed like EDG were starting to lose control, but they never did. Even with that equalizer, it nearly just tickles the members of EDG. They've got Flandre looking to see if they can kill Aki underneath the tower with Scout, but they've got all this damage on top of Cream. He cannot escape from them. The kick coming in. Scout wants to be able to pick up Abel on the other side, while Nu is taking so much control away from the team. But Scout, he knows now they have to turn around so Viper can continue to pad that KDA.
And with this, they still have the Rift Hell. They can either just go for the reset, or they can just look up and up the mid lane turret. And it looks like that is what they're going to be doing. They keep the pressure up here, EDG and OMG. They're not able to get a single step in towards this game.
No, they can't. And now, JJ just killed... Oh, Abel! He can't catch a break, can he?
It's the fact that you're looking at EDG right now, and one thing is that their players are some of the best there is in the entire league, but it's also the fact that they're sitting on the best champions you can on this patch as well. This draft that they have acquired for themselves is absolutely insane, and the fact that they're not losing this skirmish where they're all just caught in between each other. Mako's stuck in the equalizer. The fight is insanely split with Scout in the background, Flandre going down towards the top side. I can't imagine how OMG are just not picking up kills. They're just so far behind, and EDG is just doing an amazing job at splitting them up.
They just have no damage because how far behind they are. It's not really fair at this point. And then you fast forward, Abel, he thinks he's safe. He's like, all right, it's fine. I'm Ezreal, right? I can get away from this. And JJ's like, nah. Let me teach you a lesson.
It's just so unfair, though. JJ didn't even hit the Crescent Strike there, but he still gets onto them. He gets it onto the minion wave, gets the ultimate, and I guess that's just all there is to it.
When you're this far
and obviously
ahead, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. It's just crazy. Obviously, we talk about Drake, win condition, 1 minute hit spawns. I don't think that's what EDG are looking for at this point.
No, but they are looking instead to just win. They want to be able to get another victory just as quickly as last game. They got the 22 minutes and 6 seconds to beat, and right now they're pushing in. Sure, they're not able to crack that inhibitor nearly as quickly as they did in Game 1, but they are so far ahead. They have another 10,000 gold lead as we just crest the 20-minute mark, so they decide immediately to take the Baron with just 3 members.
I mean, why not? They absolutely shred this thing with Kaiser in the background, Viper there as well. TPs are now coming through. I don't think there's much OMG can stop this.
I don't even think they're going to be able to stop it. It's the equalizer, and the True Shot Rush does not steal it away. JJ is able to secure it, and now Aki, because he's so far out, he's probably going to be caught out. You can see Viper diving into the back line, getting all this damage on top of him. Flandre gets a kill. Scout gets a kill. Look for more. It's 2 into Scout's pockets on this Lee Sin. The mid laner and support only want to be able to survive. I take it back because they are able to kill the cow and make them into burgers.
Game 1 finished in 22 minutes. They can still speedrun this one. OMG, any percent speedrun to come through from EDG here and make it an even faster one. If they could do this in less than 1 minute.
I think they're going to.
It's been absolutely insane that you're watching a Series 1 in less than an hour from EDG.
Well, look at Cream. Cream's putting up a valiant fight at the end, but really it's just a fight at the end because we know that EDG are going to claim victory in a 2-0. They get their revenge from having lost just the other day. They want to make sure that they can show everyone why we've been praising them throughout the summer split.
We won't get the speedrun done, all completed here. Rather, it will take longer than the first game, but we're 21 minutes into the game. Baron has just been picked up. It was a close one, kinda. But JJ had that one all under control with the smite coming through on 600 HP. And here we just kind of see how a good backline composition works. Like, it's so easy for Viper to join whichever fight he plays just due to there being so much setup on every lane. Scout can kick, JJ can hold, Flandre can just face breaker. It's so easy to facilitate all of each other here on this team as EDG has drafted themselves.
This is the typical EDG. Even if it's not the S tier champions on a patch, they just play so damn well. Each one of them understands their strengths, their weaknesses, when they can play, what they can do, and making sure that they can force this team that has been doing so well, that has been surprising many, and show everyone why it's not a surprise that EDG are able to wipe the floor with them.
We said it ourselves, OMG, they really needed to snowball this one, but EDG, as you said, they want to be the best team in the league. They want to finalize that first position with a win over OMG.
Yeah, they are still mad about that loss against Top Esports. This could have been their undefeated split had it not been for that tough series. The 40-minute games in both of game 1 and 2 here. Pretty much having both these games that could have taken place as opposed to just the one against Top Esports, and now they dive underneath the inhibitor turrets. They've got everything that they can pick apart OMG. They've got no damage on OMG. Nobody to really be able to fight back, and even with an inhibitor turret to try to be able to defend them, they take out Cold and New simultaneously, with only Cream being the sole survivor once again. He tries to see if he can do anything, but it is game, it is set, it is match for EDG to reign supreme in the LPL and force back this new team and say, this is not your place, this is ours.
And there you go, that is just the best team we have in LPL at the moment. EDG putting themselves up there, and in less than an hour in combined game time for this first performance. That is just crazy from EMG. Going up against OMG, as we talked about, are looking good on their good days and still lacking in some consistency parts here, and you see it against EDG. They just never got any footing, not in this game, not in this series, not in anything today against EDG.
EDG pretty much answered them at every stage. They understood their opposition. They picked them apart in every single lane. And like you had said, they had drafted them in circles to make sure that they could do so.
That's the thing. There's such a tough thing for OMG today as well. It felt like draft didn't work out for them either. I feel like specifically in game 2 here, you gave EDG all they ever wanted, and in game 1 as well. It felt like they never got to a point where they got a composition they were happy with. In terms of giving over the set, Diana Lee Sin, I mean, that is just a crazy first rotation to get on a patch like this, and you're really paying for it, because if you're not snowballing against those champions due to how powerful they just are when you go even into them, there's just not much you can do really. OMG really back to the drawing board after this one, and hopefully you can say they learned something from this series.
At least that's what you're hoping. When you play a team as amazing and as consistent as EDG are, you need to take something. You need to be able to learn something from these defeats if you ever hope to be able to beat them in the future. Because this OMG team, we have seen amazing things for them throughout this summer split. And if they can bounce back from this loss, be able to learn from their mistakes here to then be able to continue to soar and continue to impress and upset, we'll probably see them in the playoffs. And I would love to see them have a chance to be able to have a rematch against EDG, because I'm betting that if EDG continue to play to this style, they are going to be our 1 or 2 seed.
Yeah, I mean, by the form they're having right now, it's looking incredibly close, obviously, but there are still games, like the game against Top Esports, where we see them falter. True. There are still at times where we see them bleed, and I think that's what's making LPL so, so special. The fact that every team is still so competitive, despite EDG, only having lost 1 series, it's still looking like there are other teams that has the potential to go up against them. I can't wait for when we finally reach that playoff spot. But remember, we're only 5 weeks in, and that kind of goes the same for OMG as well, where this is a new team. Cream is a new mid laner still to the league, and while there is potential for him, we still lack the consistency for them. And it's obvious since they are a new team coming into it.
And you're going to hope that as the patches change too, that maybe that's where they can find some new strengths to be able to change things around, not necessarily feel like they don't understand what they can do to be able to pick apart a team like EDG. Because here, look at the damage Abel was able to do. That's actually impressive for how far behind this team was and how little damage it seemed they actually inflicted onto EDG.
It's just not enough with one player only being able to pull that out. And, Aki, I struggle to see what he wanted to do with the Rumble as well, just due to who are you really playing for? Are you going to fight the 2v2 against Scout and JJ on the diagonally scene? You don't win it. Are you fighting the 2v2 on the top side? You don't win it. And I can't fault the players that we have on OMG, because obviously they didn't play their best today, no. But we still see the potential in some of the other series. We still see how great these guys possibly can be in the future.
And for this game, I was going to ask before we actually found out, just got the nice whispers in my ear to tell me who the MVP is, because I couldn't tell you. Everyone played so well from EDG, but Flandre is actually the one who gets it and actually is going to be able to go one step ahead of his mid laner in Scout. But really, any one of them could have deserved that one in this game. But it's just something else to see how Flandre is able to play on this set and play these aggressive bruisers in the top lane.
Yeah, I felt like it could have been Flandre in the second series as well if that would have come down to it. Such a great facilitator at keeping Nu at bay. It started all the way from the trade level 1 where he was just cheesing him in the tri-bush. And now when that happened, Nu had to TP back. There's nothing he could do. You call up JJ and you just keep facilitating that pressure. Again, in teamfight as well, doing such a good job at splitting them up, making sure that he's the frontliner that OMG's only going to be focusing. So the likes of Viper and JJ can just stay on touch in the amount of damage we see in these team fights.
And with that, it is a clean victory from EDG over OMG. They looked incredible, and this is why I keep saying it's a nice bounce back from that really tough series against Top Esports, where both games, 40 minutes and 46 minutes against Top Esports. In fact, Game 2 was longer than both games combined today against OMG to show how they can play from each of their lanes, where they're able to exert such commanding control of a map.
It comes down to great macro. It comes down to the fact how they play the team fight. It just seems like on every keyword we usually touch in League of Legends that EDG, they're just on it. They're really good at it.
Now here we have our interview already set. It's JJ with Wendy. Wendy, take it away.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with JJ from Edward Gaming. So congratulations on today's win, and because I think the schedule is quite tight for the whole team, so could you know more about the preparation before today's best of 3? And before the interview, you told me like before every single matchup, someone inside the team will volunteer to carry the team. So I'm very curious about who's the one that would to carry the whole game for this best of 3.那首先恭喜你们，这很漂亮，2-0战胜了对手。而且其实对于你们来讲，赛程也是比较紧的。那在上一局的失利之后，在这很短短的2天时间内，有做队伍整体做了哪些的调整呢？而且在赛前，我们的杰杰也跟我说，哎，队内一般都会有人就是自告奋勇说想要 C 一局。那今天是谁来自告奋勇说我要 carry 比赛的呢？
上局比赛失利之后，我们回去就总结了一下嘛，然后是上次打得不好。然后，但我们还是要面对接下来的比赛嘛，就还是保持我们之前那种士气，然后继续打下去。今天的话，就没有人自告奋勇说要谁来 carry， 但是打着打着就都在 carry 吧。
I feels like because after the loss of the previous matchup against Top Esports, we tried to make a lot of feedbacks, and also I think we didn't manage to perform that good in the previous battle of 3s. But for this one, we need to like hold a very good momentum and try to focus on this game. And also, I think for today, no one volunteered to carry the game, but naturally inside the actual game, everyone can be the super carry for the whole team. And definitely you guys have shown a gorgeous performance, all of you. And let's talk a bit more about the ban pick strategy for today's game, because in the pre-match interview, Scott have mentioned that OMG, they're the team you really have a very diving compositions, and we have noticed you really ban out a lot of engaging champions during the ban pick phase. So what's the general strategy for the ban pick? 那其实，在赛前的采访之中 ，Scott 也说，哎，感觉 OMG 是一个比较喜欢一个冲阵、冲连体系的一个队伍，而且感觉你们今天在 BP 的阶段也搬掉了很多能够冲阵、开团的一些英雄，所以你们可能一个 BP 的一些主要的思路是怎么样的？
就是对面擅长的都是比较适合冲进来的英雄吧，然后我们就是想把他们擅长的英雄都搬掉，然后让他们进到他们不擅长的领域来跟我们打。
So we specifically make some preparations during the ban pick phase. We try to ban out the opponents' very engaging composition and engaging champions because we already know that they are mastery with all those very engaging or the diving champions. And then if they have the drop that they are not that comfortable with, maybe we will easily fall today's win. And also in game 1, Edward Gaming, you guys have chosen a Xinjiang and Lulu mid jungle combination. It's definitely very hot pick currently, and we have noticed in the actual game you really have roamed a lot and made so many skirmishes from the very early game. So could we know more about your focus in the early game to open the whole situation for the team? 那第一局的时候，你们也最后选出了露露和赵信的这样一个很强势而且很火热的一个中野组合嘛。而且我们也注意到，你也是从前期开始就各处的全图游走，然后呢去为队伍来打开局面。所以说，你可能前期来进行一些游走的重点或者重心是什么呢？
那露露赵信选出来中野的话，本身是战斗力非常强的，然后我们的目标就是要打起来，打起来就会赢，所以我就会到处找gank机会。
I think with Xinjiang and Lulu, let's make jungle draft. They can be super strong in the early game team fights and skirmishes. So I just roamed a lot across the whole map and tried to seek for the very good gank angle and gank opportunities to open the whole situation for the whole team. And also in game 2, I think game 2 is a very one-sided game, and I think the advantage has built up from a couple of top tower dive from you and Frandra. So could you share more about the team's communication for the early ganks around the top lane? 那感觉第二局的话也是比较一边倒，然后你们是一直也比较顺利的能滚起雪球，而且雪球就是从你可能比较顺利的几波上路的一个越塔，然后和我们的圣枪哥的一个配合开始的。所以想问一下，你可能在前期的时候和圣枪哥的一个沟通是怎么样的呢？
就是圣枪哥对线打着说一句上路没闪，然后就是兵线进去了可以越，然后我顺势刷上来就越了。
So in the early game, suddenly Frandra he told me like the opponent's team that he didn't have the flash. So we think it's a very good opportunity to just make the top tower dive because the opponent's team because our wave is already arrived the opponent's tower. So we just try to use this opportunity to make a top tower dive, and then we were able to open the whole situation for ourselves. And definitely it's a very clean best of 3. So congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，我们也希望你们这个夏天能越打越好。And see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank you again, Wendy, and thank you, JJ, for joining us for that interview. And I mean, the one thing that stands out from my mind when listening to him is how they talked about how they were able to make OMG feel as uncomfortable as possible from the draft. And that was very, very apparent with how those two games were. Like you said, it just seemed like they did everything possible to make OMG as uncomfortable as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's also very polite about it in the way that he knew that was a big draft gap as well to come through from what they needed in their win condition. So in general, I feel like that they are just very knowledgeable about where their win condition lies, how they achieve it. When they're on the Lulus and Chao, it's all about creating skirmishes in the early game to play for. When it's the other time around with him and on Jeju on the Diana, well, they just keep accelerating the pressure amongst the lanes where they have the setup, specifically with Flandre on the set. So it just felt like every time that EDG was aware of how they needed to win that game already from minutes, 1 second into the game.
And it was a quick 2-0. In fact, it was 2 2-0s for today when we look back at how these games really operated. It was one-sided affairs, to say the least. We started that Ultra Prime series against V5, that quick 2-0. It pretty much looked like Ultra Prime had that in the bag at all moments, and then after that EDG and OMG. I was hoping that was going to be a lot closer, but just today's results they weren't like yesterday. Yesterday was the surprises. Yesterday were the 2-1s. Today was the 2-0s.
Yeah, I feel like today was surprising in the fact that it just went to 2-0s. I think a lot of people would have liked a lot more games. I know myself included would have loved it. Even from V5 and Ultra Prime, due to the fact that they were both bottom teams, I would have loved that to remain competitive, but fact was, Ultra Prime was just running away with V5, and they're still looking like the most struggling team we have, unfortunately, despite them coming in with new members that look to have some sort of potential.
And hey, you know what? Ultra Prime was actually able to climb a rank and be able to tie up with Rogue Warriors, passing RNG, while on the other side, at the tippy top, EDG remain. Despite having suffered their first loss over the weekend, they are still by far the strongest team that we have right now in the LPL, even if they had finally been toppled.
And that's the thing. But at the same time, we talk a lot about it. You need top 10 to reach playoffs. BLG only sitting at 3 wins currently, holding that 10th spot themselves. So there is hope for some of these low-end teams that still needs it.
Yeah, especially when you look at how the games are tomorrow, because RNG, they got to start climbing. If they don't start climbing now, they are going to fall, and they got to face off against LGD, a team that has been climbing themselves, and then FPX against Billy. So that's going to be a lot of teams that need to start showing up now. Otherwise, it might be too little, too late.
That's the thing, but I mean, tomorrow in general is just going to be absolutely amazing. RNG, as you said yourself, they need to come back in form now. 1 and 5. Yes, they haven't had too much time to scrim on this patch just due to the nature of their traveling. But we are also going on to 11.13, where hopefully they've had some more time to adjust to that patch, together with all the other teams, obviously. And then obviously the second series of the day with FPX, just as entertaining. Tomorrow is just going to be an absolute joy to watch as an LPL fan.
Should be a lot of fun. I mean, then again, that's why I keep saying this split is amazing. We have so many talented teams, so many talented players, all strewn across every one of our organizations, that it makes it entertaining to watch. You never know if you might have a series like Rogue Warriors and IG where it's the big upset, or you might have a smash like EDG against OMG.
And that's the thing, but I mean, with the top 10 teams we just have in the league, every day is a banger, and we've said it so far, and I can't wait for the next coming days here in week 5, specifically when we're moving on to a newer patch as well. It's going to be a joy to watch how these changes are going to affect these teams.
Completely agree, and I'm looking forward to that. But that is going to do it for us tonight. It was a lot of fun being joined by you, Goldberg, once again. I hope everyone out there has a fantastic evening, fantastic day, wherever you are. We will catch you tomorrow for some more bangers in the LPL.